Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting tonight. I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the February 2026 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6:01. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before Council's meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern. A reminder, community members registered to speak, that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded, and you have 3 minutes. Once your address to council has concluded, please remain at the podium as council may wish to ask you questions. I will call each person to the lectern. A reminder, community members, sorry, that's a repeat. First speaker is Joe Bell, who's speaking at 1.6, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. Thanks, Joe.
Culture. So, I'm a local content industry, production industry member and screen culture advocate, here tonight to speak on item 1.6, confirmation of minutes of previous meeting from 27 January 2026. I'm recommending that these minutes either not be confirmed as they currently stand, or that any emergency powers councillors have available to them regarding rescission and redrafting be used to correct misinformation contained within, potentially leading to a breach of the meeting code of practice via the meeting principles. Regarding agenda item 4.4 on the Lake Haven Cinema that was unanimously adopted at that meeting, the report wording as drafted and published in the business papers contained statements made about the general cinema exhibition industry trends, that is, the non-site specific, non-confidential information, that were either now outdated assumptions at best, a copy-paste job with updated tweaks from an old 2023 council motion I found on this exact issue at mid, or spin and misinformation at worst. If confirmed as they stand, multiple inaccurate statements will be put into the public record, including that cinema patronage is trending downward, both nationally/locally across all operators, and that industry commercial returns are decreasing in Australia. I can produce recent industry trades reporting sources from the past 6 months showing the exact opposite is actually happening. In fact, I consulted both the Cinema Association Australasia, in addition to the media department of Event Cinema's parent company, EVT Group, in preparation for this speech. EVT said that they do not release site-specific information, nor could I find any data on event tugger's patronage or commercial returns within the corporate annual reports. So unless this organisation has access to some type of top-secret data source that not even the industry peak body has available to them, not to mention access to the confidential information one of its biggest members doesn't make publicly available, then you need to please cite your sources here tonight or correct the record appropriately now. One could also argue that by confirming the minutes as they are, the meeting principles section 2.1 of the meeting code of practice will potentially be breached. And I quote partially, quote, council and committee meetings should be, point 2, informed. Decisions are made based on relevant quality information, end quote. In my expert opinion, the information presented to councillors that they based their decision on was either totally irrelevant in the post-COVID era or of highly questionable quality at best. At a time when many in the community, including myself, are looking to the fresh elected body and bureaucracy in good faith to rebuild public trust after the well-documented historical issues that have occurred here, I implore you to please be transparent about any and all sources referenced that were used to arrive at the generalised industry statements that were used in crafting agenda item 4.4, or find a way to delete such statements now before they become part of the permanent record. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Joel. Any questions? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you for coming to speak to us and raise these issues with us. Basically, from what you're saying that the report or the minutes, or both the report and the minutes, have what you believe to be incorrect information in it. Is that sort of the summary of what you're saying?
Yes, the report is full of inaccuracies in my opinion, and I have sources.
Okay. Apart from speaking to us tonight, are there any other actions that you've taken around this? Have you spoken to anyone else or any other bodies, or just at the public forum tonight?
Just the public forum tonight.
Okay, thank you. Question not to the speaker, but to the staff. Could we get some sort of response to some of the issues that were raised? And if we could, what time frame would that be?
Through Mr. Mayor, I reject the statements that were made about the inaccuracies. The specific comments about the cinema industry in the council report are based on credible sources. These sources include experienced operators in place at Lake Haven. Metro Cinemas provides council with regular updates of attendances at Lake Haven, Hoyts Erina and Village Tuggerah. These sources are corroborated by statements from industry bodies such as Independent Cinema Australia and Screen Australia. Screen Australia reports a drop in emissions over a 15-year period to end 2024 of over 45%. So, I mean, I could keep going on. Councillor, there's been a lot of work gone into dealing with the cinema operators at Lake Haven, and it's absolutely clear that cinema operators, in our experience, the direct experience, have not been able to sustain the level of lease fees for properties that they would have previously expected. So that's information that we would stand by.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry,
Councillor
I just
McGregor.
turned my thing off because I didn't want to interfere with the director's response. I'm not sure if you're reading something out there, but I find it hard to keep track of every single thing that was said. So if there's something that maybe could be sent to us on email or something, that'd be good to review that if that's possible before the meeting starts. And the final question to the speaker. Obviously, you've got a keen interest in the future of this particular site. Is there a particular vision or how do you see this? In an ideal world, what would you like to see happen with that site in the future?
In all due respect, I don't wish to expand on that right here, right now. I'm still working that out, but considering that we are trying to build out a 24-hour economy environment and also enable a local screen industry, I am envisioning ways that they can work together using a council asset to build a skills pipeline, and I will continue my work and reveal all in due time publicly.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Thanks, Joe. Next speaker is Rosemary Long, speaking on item 4.4, Infrastructure and Assets Committee Minutes and Recommendations. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rosemary Long. Unfortunately, my neighbour, Lawrence O'Malley, who's sitting up there, request to speak form didn't get to council in time. So with his permission, I'm telling you what he wanted to say initially. This is in quotes. I have been a resident of Wyoming Road since 1969, having purchased Wyoming House, which was built in 1853 by Frederick Healy. I point this out as the residents are not looking for bells and whistles or attention seeking. All we are looking for is some consideration for the road and its maintenance. I believe that council, is this echoing? I believe that council has funds to do curb and guttering and a footpath in 2012, but the funds were used for other purposes. This could have provided the elderly and poor struggling mothers with prams with a safe path to the shops. I cannot be certain, but I believe that Wyoming Road is one of the oldest roads on the Central Coast. Wyoming Road is certainly within a long-established area, and there will be no developer contributions forthcoming to fund the requested work. Wyoming Road is certainly one of the busiest and most dangerous on the coast. Now back to me. I have read the report provided to the Infrastructure and Assets Committee for its meeting on the 10th of February 2026. It basically sets out what we all know. A complete rehabilitation plus a footpath was provided to the northern end of the road in 2000. A plan to replicate that work to the southern end was designed for council in 2012. In 2013, some drainage works were carried out, then nothing. The reason was never given to the residents, except it is no longer a council priority. You know the terms of the motion moved at the committee meeting. I am surprised that it recommends to the 500 residents who signed the petition to go away and fix it ourselves. I say the work has been in the council's schedule for many years, at least as far back as 2000. Why hasn't it been done? Why is the work no longer considered a priority? Who decides that? I know that council is cash strapped, but it is up to council to manage the funds appropriately. The committee did note that tentative funding has been budgeted for the 2027-2028 years for road renewal works to be carried out between certain areas of Wyoming Road. The cost allocation for that work is shown as $280,000.
Rosemary, I'll just extend you another minute.
Thank you. Clearly, that will only cover superficial pothole filling. Interestingly, the report estimates the cost of all the work asked for by the residents to be currently around $3.4 million. But Mr. Bolgolf, in his letter to me of 3 October 2025, estimated the total cost to be only in excess of $1.6 million. That is over a doubling of the estimated cost in less than 5 months. We, the residents, urge the councillors to vote against the motion in its current form, to amend the motion to include that the funding for this item be considered as part of the upcoming budget process, to provide me, on behalf of the residents, with a genuine estimate of the cost of the work set out in the petition. This will be required if the residents are left to their own initiative to seek state federal funding for the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Just hold on in case we've got some questions. Any questions for Rosemary? No, all good. Thank you. I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. Thank you, and the meeting closed at 6:13. Thank you. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. In the event of an emergency, wait for instructions from council staff or security guards. If we need to evacuate, council has 2 emergency muster points, one on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and the other at the Frank Balance Park to the rear of the building. If you experience a medical emergency, please alert council officers for assistance. Please be advised that this meeting is audio-visually recorded, webcast live and archived on council's website. In accordance with council's code of meeting practice, filming and photography are not permitted. Anyone observed filming the meeting may be asked to leave. Councillors are reminded that they have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. Please keep the debate respectful according to council's code of conduct and avoid making statements that might defame or offend. Councillors in the chamber are reminded to turn their microphones on when speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. In accordance with section 7.1 of the new code of meeting practice, councillors are required to stand when addressing the meeting if they are physically able to. Councillors, please remember to adjust your microphones to a standing position when doing so. Due to the location on a raised platform, the executive leadership team will remain seated when speaking. As the Mayor, I support this. I now declare the meeting open at 6:31. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Dark and Young country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Item 1.5, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in the items on the tonight's agenda. Firstly, I can confirm that I have a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item 5.6. As I used to be on the board of the Central Coast Academy of Sport, I confirm that I no longer have any affiliation, so I will remain in the chamber for this item. Councillor Moreland.
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Daniels.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McGregor.
No one conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Castles.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Crowley.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll declare a non-significant but pecuniary interest in 5.12 and we'll leave the chamber at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eaton.
Also nothing to declare.
Councillor Stanton.
I have to declare on item 5.12 pecuniary interest, and I will leave the room.
Councillor Wright.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McQuaid.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. Item 1.6, confirmation of minutes. Can I now call for a mover of this motion and a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, just before you do so, could we please clarify in relation to item 5.12, which relates to councillors' expenses, whether bearing in mind that all councillors are affected by that particular item that it's necessary to declare?
Say that again, sorry.
Bearing in mind that item 5.12 relates to councillors' expenses and obviously has a pecuniary impact on all councillors, is it appropriate that we all declare or otherwise?
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Neal.
Through the Mayor, the Code of Conduct makes it clear that matters relating to councillor expenses and facilities do not need to be declared as a conflict.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Item 1.6, confirmation of minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Moreland, seconded by Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of a single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters or matters that the councillors wish to speak on. I will now call the number and title of each item and indicate whether they have already been starred by councillors. I will ask councillors to indicate if they wish to have any additional items starred. This means that the item will be discussed and debated. So the items by exception are 5.6, the Central Coast Academy of Sport, sponsorship 2025-26, 5.7, Avoca Beach Rock Pool accessibility assessment, and 5.11, community support grant. Sorry.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, I would like to staff Avoca Beach Rock Pool, sorry, the number being, you just said it. 5.7.
Item 5.7.
Thank you.
Thank you. And 5.7.
Could I just clarify, Mr Mayor, is there any opportunity, have these items to be discussed all been started by someone already, or is there any opportunity to move some into en masse as well from at this point in the meeting?
All the other ones have been starred for discussion.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. So item 5.7 will now be spoken. No. The 5.6. It's not been starred in 5.11. Yep. Councillors, please advise if you wish to debate, and we've done that. Do I have a motion? Yep. Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor Moreland. All those in favour? Unanimous. Item 1.8, notice of intention to deal with matters in a confidential session. I formally move the...
Mr Mayor, I'm on my feet, if I may. Can I move a motion in relation to this item, please?
Yeah.
Yep. So, Mr Mayor, I will move that the following matter be dealt with in open session, with the names of community members withheld. So, item 9.2, part 2. And I have provided this to the staff if they wouldn't mind putting it up on the screen. Part 2, that item 9.2 be brought forward to be considered as part of item 4.1 Environment and Planning Committee minutes and recommendations. Part 3, that the confidential report be released to the public on Council's website with the names of community members redacted. And part 4, that recordings of confidential parts of meetings be made available to all councillors. So if I have a seconder, I will speak to that.
Councillor Lamont, second.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So look, I won't labour this point because there'll be plenty of time later on to labour the point. But as we know, the Minister for Local Government does encourage our meetings to be open, transparent, and basically has indicated that the government wants less in confidential or as little as possible. Without discussing the elements of the confidential session, I would say that it had a paucity of information. So I don't think there's a great risk in this matter being discussed in open council with the names of individuals removed. And I do have some concerns about the accuracy of the report later on. So I do have a question, if I may, to the Director about confidential sections of meetings. Are they recorded? Full stop, are they recorded, if I may ask, Mr Mayor?
Previously, confidential sections of committee meetings were recorded in the sense that the camera continued recording, but the room was muted, so therefore sound was not captured. We are currently reviewing that practice to determine the appropriateness of recording the audio of the confidential sections also.
So sorry, just for clarification, the confidential section of that Environment and Planning Committee only has visual, not audio.
Correct.
So that's quite disturbing, but it's good to see that you're reviewing it. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will leave it at that and ask councillors to support that motion. Thank you.
Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mulland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The motion is lost. And just to let you know, I'll be speaking slower than normal because we've got some small technical difficulties, so that's why the...
Mr Mayor, sorry, can I just raise the matter now that that has failed? That does there need to be a resolution to discuss that later in the meeting? Just seeking advice.
Yeah, I'm just going to do it.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I formally move the recommended, so the notice of intention to deal with matters in confidential session, I formally move the recommendation on the screen. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith, and Councillor Neal abstained from voting. So carried. (2.1) Mayoral Minute, Newcastle to Sydney High Speed Rail. As part of the proposed National High Speed Rail network linking Brisbane and Melbourne, the Australian Government has identified the Newcastle-Sydney section via Lake Macquarie and the Central Coast as the first stage of delivery. The Infrastructure Australia Evaluation Report outlines proposed stations at Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, the Central Coast, and Sydney Central, Parramatta and Western Sydney International Airport. With anticipated train speeds of up to 320 km outside tunnels and 200 within tunnels, the project also includes integration with local and regional transport networks and dedicated stabling and maintenance facilities for Central Coast. The Australian Local Government Association, ALGA, has announced that the 32nd National General Assembly of Local Government, NGA, will be held in Canberra from 23rd to 25th of June 2026. The Assembly provides a platform for councils to influence national policy through the submission and debate of motions. This year the theme Stronger Together, Resilience, Productive, United highlights the importance of collaborative advocacy on issues of national and regional significance. Lake Macquarie City Council intends to submit a motion calling on the Australian Government to commit to stage 1 of the National High Speed Rail Network and the proposed 6 stations. In 2025, our council entered into a strategic partnership with Lake Macquarie City Council to work jointly on matters of regional significance, supporting the advancement of high-speed rail, which stands to benefit both our local government areas, aligns with this shared commitment. In the interest of our combined communities and in spirit of being stronger together, it is proposed that the Council formally supports Lake Macquarie's Council motion to the NGA 2026 and submits the same motion as a demonstration of unity and shared regional advocacy. Following the Australian Government announcement, I'm going to make a slight change to the recommendations in the business paper. It now reads as follows. Notes the Australian Government's 24th of February 2026. Sorry. Notes the Australian Government's 24th of February 2026 announcement of an additional $229.6 million in funding for the High Speed Rail Authority for the development phase of high speed rail linking Sydney and Newcastle via the Central Coast. 2. Supports Lake Macquarie City Council's motion for the National General Assembly of Local Government to call on the Australian Government to A. Progress the Newcastle to Sydney high-speed rail route, with stations at Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, Central Coast, Sydney Central, Parramatta and Western Sydney International Airport, as proposed in the Infrastructure Australia Evaluation Report. B, increased frequency and transparency of information published regarding costings and key milestones for the project and its stages. 3, submits the same motion for the National General Assembly of Local Government calling on the Australian Government to progress. A, progress the Newcastle to Sydney high-speed rail route with stations at Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, Central Coast, Sydney Central, Parramatta and Western Sydney International Airport, as proposed in Infrastructure Australia Evaluation Report. Increase frequency and transparency by information published regarding costings and key milestones for the project and its stages. Councillor Lamont.
This is just a general question. A number of times people have complained that we can't be heard up in the gallery, and I was just wondering if there was any way that we can check now before we proceed, if people can actually hear us up there.
Can the gallery hear me and hear the councillors? All right, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Neil.
Yes, I'd like to stand on my feet. I'd like to strongly support this proposition. This is something that has excited my attention for some years now. It was a project very much supported by the present Prime Minister while he was the Minister for Infrastructure, Anthony Albanese, and certainly a project that I've always been very much in support of. I'm very pleased to join Lake Macquarie in supporting this motion and also supporting the motion at the Local Government Committee upcoming. It's a great thing for the coast, and I think probably a great thing for New South Wales and the rest of Australia. A train that could potentially travel from Sydney to Newcastle in under an hour would be an incredible boon and would solve many of the problems that we have as Central Coast commuters getting to Sydney and Newcastle in a reasonable time. So I strongly support this motion. I urge the community as a whole to support it as well.
Thank you. Councillor Smith. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, and then I may ask for you to consider just an amendment. Have we had a presentation on this? I don't recall it. Have we had a presentation? Okay.
We're meeting with Lake Macquarie in the next week or so.
Okay.
So we've had one meeting with the CEO, myself, and Deputy Mayor. And there was an early one that councils across, and we've got the joint meeting coming up in the next week or so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just check, is that your motion that is up on the screen, or is that slightly different to what you just read out? That is the motion? Okay. Mr. Mayor, I too am also very supportive of the concept of the fast train, and I'm sure many of us that have travelled overseas have enjoyed that benefit of a very fast train rather than slow trains. My hesitation at fully supporting your motion is that we actually don't know what we're supporting other than there's going to be a very fast train. And so I would seek consideration of an amendment in that we give in principle support to this, and there is an additional part. I would seek to delete part 3. I think we can support Lake Macquarie's motion without submitting the same motion, and there is an additional paragraph that I might just ask the staff to put up, which is along the lines of what you have said, Mr. Mayor, that we need a bit more information forthcoming from the Fast Rail Authority. So I would actually be requesting that we have bi-monthly presentations from that organisation. Mr. Mayor, I'm hoping that you will accept those because I think this is something that we all want to get behind, but I don't think it serves our community just to be lemmings on this issue and say we'll do whatever Lake Macquarie does. In fact, it gives away any bargaining capacity or any negotiating capacity to just fall into line and say, yes, we'll do whatever you say we're going to do, and we'll do it because they're going to do it. So I would ask that you might consider, when it comes up, Which is, oh, that is there. Thank you very much, staff. That supports, part 2 is supports in principle, and then just part 3 that requests a bi-monthly presentation. Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. The deadline to submit this is Thursday, so it's not going to actually give us the chance to do what you requested, so I can't.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, with respect, I didn't quite understand what you said. Yeah.
The deadline to submit this, the report is this Thursday, so there's not enough time to go through the process you wanted, so I will not accept.
So what, the deadline to submit what? The notice of motion to the ALGA conference, is that what you're talking about? But Lake Macquarie's already submitting that. What I'm suggesting...
They had the council meeting last night and it went through unanimous. And
that's great, but that's not saying we have to submit one. We're not
I'm not accepting your amendment if you want to put it through as an amendment.
All right, I'll move it as an amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, if I've got a seconder
So,
pro forma.
Councillor Lamont. Obviously. All those in favour of Councillor Smith's amendment? Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those in favour of the motion? Unanimous, thank you. The next mayoral minute is the Winter Olympic success. The Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics has been Australia's most successful, with Australia winning 6 medals, 3 gold, 2 silver and 1 bronze. I'd like to particularly acknowledge the incredible efforts of our own local hero, 31-year-old freestyle skier Matt Graham from Narara, who won bronze in the men's dual moguls. This achievement makes this his 2nd Olympic medal, following his silver medal win in 2018. A 4-time Olympian, Matt also has had the honour of serving as Australian flag bearer for the opening ceremony, along with Olympic champion Jakarta Anthony from Victoria. Matt joined the history-making Dad Podium with Canada's Mikael Kingsbury and Japan's Ikuma Hiroshima, celebrating their medal wins alongside their wives and children. I'd also like to congratulate aerial skier Abby Wilcox from Summersby, who made her Winter Olympic debut this year. Let us also celebrate the outstanding achievements of Australians medalists Jakarta Anthony, Cooper Woods, Scotty James and Danielle Scott and Josie Bath. Making it to the Australian Winter Olympics team takes years of dedication and commitment and determination on the part of athletes and coaches, as well as extra support from families and friends. On behalf of our community, I'd like to express how proud we are for our Central Coast athlete who participated and congratulate them on their achievements. I formally move that the mayoral minute Winter Olympic success be received. No debate. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, monthly finance report, item 3.1. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. I wanted to actually thank staff for answering the questions that I put to them in the questions on items, but I do have a couple of other ones.
All right, sorry. Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So just a question, reading the answers, and I haven't had a chance to go through all of them, but one thing I would like to ask, we've got two iPad applications in at the moment. Not that they've got anything to do with them, but the comment in one of the questions is council's finances are sound. Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to know what are the top 3 financial risks for the remainder of 25-26, if we have any?
Look, in terms of risk, obviously, the two significant issues that aren't in our hands are the special variation application for the transfer of the drainage charge from the water bill to the rate bill, which is currently on public exhibition via IPART, and obviously the water pricing determination that's coming up. And the other piece that may vary but is not as significant because it'll be one-off is what the level of financial assistance grant that flows from the federal government will be this year. As councillors would be aware, we have been forward paid for many, many years, and the federal government is currently winding back that forward payment a bit by bit, and we won't know probably until the 30th of June how much they're winding it back this year. So we've assumed we'll get a portion of that, but depends on what that amount is. But again, that will be a one-off hit. The other two have got the potential to be longer lasting.
Okay, thank you. The question I actually asked was for the remainder of 25-26, the IPART applications, if they're determined, will actually impact 26-27 going forward. Is that right?
Okay, so for the balance of the year, the last one obviously will impact this year's financials. And obviously, just keeping our costs under control. I don't think there's any really significant external financial risks apart from closely managing our costs. Council's carrying a substantial amount of unrestricted funds that provide us a buffer through the period. Ms. Miracle-Monaro might want to add some more.
Probably the other one that we need to keep a close eye on is delivery of the items in our operational plan and our capital works program. So that is something that we're closely monitoring across the organisation and making sure that we're able to deliver.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions, but I think they're more to do with the quarterly budget review. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, just a couple of...
Councillor Lamont, can you put your buzzer? Thanks.
Just a couple of small questions in relation to variances from the operating income year to date. There's two items that are considered true variances. One is the waste management facilities gate fees. I know there was been an indication that there've been a variation in the use of those facilities, but 1.6 million does seem extremely high. Is there any explanation for that other than people deciding not to utilise the facilities? Oh, I didn't see that one. Sorry. Excuse, I've been advised that it was on notice, but I did not see the result there. If you wouldn't, I can look at that, or you can tell me now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Neil, yeah, essentially it's external to council at our waste facilities. There's less construction and demolition material going through to our facilities to that value. However, some of that was offset due to the household. I suppose our domestic waste was slightly above as well.
So it could have been worse, is what you're saying. The other thing is it mentions, this may be another question that was also on notice, which was the 2 parcels of land that were sold in East Gosford. Can I be provided with more particulars about those parcels of land?
Through Mr. Mayor, I have to take that on notice, Councillor.
On notice, was it? Yeah. Thank you, Director.
Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item, 3.2, monthly investment report, January 2026. No discussion. Can I have a mover?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wright. Second. So. Councillor Neil, you second that? Councillor Castles?
Yes, just a question through you, Mr Mayor. As everybody knows, I'm very keen on the external and internal restrictions. There is actually an amount, I'm a bit sort of confused, I wanted to just get clarity. So the entrance town centre special rate, there's zeros all the way across our table. Then we've got Wyong the same, but the one in Toukley, it has 71,260 as the closing balance. What's the difference between what's going on in the entrance and Wyong compared to Toukley? Is that able to be answered, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice to provide you with a comprehensive answer.
Councillor Neal?
Yes, I just wish to note and maybe seek an explanation for the unrestricted cash set out in our table 2 council's portfolio by fund is 82,995, 82 million. That was not the figure that we were provided on the 14th of January at our... Now, even putting aside the uni sale, it was different. My understanding was it was 90. Is that $8 million variation as a result of the time that has passed between the end of this period and the 14th of February?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, it is. The amount that we provided on the 14th of February was our estimate for where we expect to land at the end of this financial year, taking into account movement throughout the rest, and it was an indicative figure which may well change. However, that's what we're projecting at this time.
Thank you, Director.
When ignoring the proceeds of the sale of the former admin building and any other of those capital type transactions, council typically has a cash flow that spikes when the rates come in, which will be over the next few days, and then falls slightly over the next 3 months, and then spikes again through the rate period. So this is a month before the rates are due, and so that's sort of your low point as at now, or as at the end of February.
Thanks, councillors. No more debate. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Mr Mayor, I might request, if I could, a procedural motion. I know there's a fair few people up there in the gallery hoping to hear what's going to happen with 4.4, the Infrastructure and Assets Committee. Would it be possible to move that to the start of the committees so that those people could see that debate before they have to head home? So I'd formally move that way if I could.
Yep. Can I have a second, Councillor Moreland? All those in favour of moving forward? Councillor Walsh, yep, thank you. Unanimous. Thanks. So item 4.4, Infrastructure and Assets Committee, and minutes and recommendations. Councillor Stanton.
Yes. I'm just waiting for the motion to appear on the screen. That was just sent to the team as the order was just quickly changed. No. Yes, changed. Just give us 1 second.
Again, we just need to be patient. Things will happen. Here we go. Just talk amongst yourselves.
Tell us a joke, Mr. Mayor. We wouldn't understand it.
Okay,
Thank you, Councillor Stanton.
thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will move the motion that appears on the screen, which is the motion that appears in the business paper with the addition of point 2 in the recommendation 2628 regarding Wyoming Road.
Councillor Lamont? Could the seconder, Councillor Eaton, thank you. Councillor Lamont?
I also have an amendment that I'd like to bring up to see if you'll consider it. If staff could actually bring my amendment up.
Is that it, Councillor Lamont?
Yep, that's it. And the reason why requesting this amendment, or actually to add it into the the motion is, I did try to bring a motion to council to have. Well, we don't have foreshadowed anymore, do we?
Yeah, we do. I think she's saying add that on.
Add that. That's what I'm saying. If we can add that on. So would you mind if we added that on? And the reason...
Mr Mayor, may I ask you that you ensure that Councillor Wright is not talking over the top of a speaker that's
Yep.
been called?
Yep, thanks. Councillor Lamont, what was
So
that?
yes, I would like to add this to the original one, but that Councillor Stanton has now amended. The reason being, as I said, I tried to bring a motion to council, for this council to adopt a petition policy. That was voted down by the 8. I think there's been a number of petitions that have been brought to council, and I think we need to have some sort of register of, that records these petitions and the actions that actually result from them being presented to council. I don't think I'm asking for a biggie, but I think if people go to council's website page and look up petitions, they should be able to see what is coming here and what we're actually resolving to do. So, Councillor Stanton, if you'd like to, through you, Mr Mayor, consider adding this to your motion.
Councillor Stanton, do you want to press your buzzer? Councillor Neil, could you just put it off for a wee minute? That's Councillor Stanton.
As the seconder, I also have the right to say, and whether I agree and I don't agree, I think it's outside the scope of the motion. I would say, as a point of order, one, it possibly needs a rescission, given that Councillor Mont said this was already rejected.
Councillor Eaton, can you speak into the microphone a wee bit?
I should be standing up, shouldn't I? Sorry.
No, it's just...
I had it up ready to be standing up. I don't agree to the amendment. I think it falls outside the scope of the motion. It relates to a different matter, and I'd be saying it should be ruled out of order. It should be done by way of a notice of motion. And however, Councillor Mott has recollected that we did in fact deal with petitions in a previous council resolution, so it may well need a rescission motion as well.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a series of questions, if I may. The first question is, how much money is in the Section 711 or Section 712 plans applicable to the suburb of Wyoming?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice, Councillor.
That's fine, I can email that through for you. If possible, is anyone able to respond to the question, what is the total annual budget for footpaths and curb and guttering both in the Wyong ward, which is the ward that covers the suburb of Wyoming, and more broadly the Central Coast local government area.
Through Mr Mayor to Councillor McGregor, the footpath budget does vary, and it is approximately $1 million for renewal, and for capital works it varies again because it's caught up in some of the grant funded projects, such as what's being done around Tuggerawong, and also other major projects, and Stein Road and those sorts of things. We also have an $8 million package from the state government to undertake footpath works, which was roughly $2 million a year. In relation to curb and gutter alone, there is no specific budget to undertake that unless it's part of those grant funded works or it's just maintenance works.
Thank you. And the final question would be the total spend on roads and footpaths in the suburb of Wyoming during the period 2024-2025 operational plan. And like I said, if this is to be taken on notice, I can email these through to the directors as well, if you can't answer it now.
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice for the specific.
All right, thank you. I will rise to speak, and I will email these through after I finish doing so. Councillors, I have some concern around the amendment that was put forward and then moved as the motion from Councillor Stanton and Eaton, in that it says that there's no funding available. Well, I think once we get the response from Director Nichols about the money that's available in the Section 11, Section 12 plans, the developer contributions for Wyoming, you'll find that there is in fact money that is available for it. That's why we have developer contributions, that's why we collect them. And I've been reminded many times, and as someone who's lived there my entire life in that Narara, Wyoming region, it's a reasonably urbanised area. Apart from the peninsula, it's got the highest concentration of people on the Central Coast there in terms of the area. So I would reject that notion. I think writing to these people who have signed this petition and making that the official position of the council is both false and short-sighted. In public life, I tend to take the position that we should tell the truth. I know a lot of politicians don't bother telling the truth, but it is nice for some to do so. I also would like to see this go to the budget process for discussion. That is not to say that it would be adopted, but that is to say that we could assess it in an appropriate manner. I do note that Councillor Neal attempted to do so at the committee. I believe that's an appropriate process to do. If people are going to identify things for funding, whether they be from the general public or the councillors here, it should go through a formal process. It should go through a proper process. It shouldn't just be done on a whim with a nom or the like. I would like to take the time to thank the residents of Wyoming Road and more broadly the Wyoming region, particularly Rosemary and Laurie O'Malley, who wanted to speak tonight, for being involved in the petition. I apologise on behalf of the council, whether that's the official council position or not, that you've lived in this area for so long, been let down by successive councils, and that you've had to go to the point where you, as just average, ordinary residents of your suburbs, go around and knock on doors and go to businesses and ask for people to support you in what is something that surely all councillors here, and indeed many staff, would commonly hear, which is we want curb and guttering and we want a footpath near where we live or where we live. Obviously, we have an extremely large region. You know, we've got a council area of over 350,000 people. There's, budgets are tight. There is a finite amount of resources. But when people have been promised things multiple times and there are funds available, this is about priorities. I've been here for 36 years. I've seen Wyoming, Wyong, the suburbs that I represent, where working class people live, get left behind time and time again so that money can be redirected to places like Terrigal. It is appropriate that the places where the majority of people live and work are the ones that receive the funding. There is more to life than throwing money after tourist dollars that are seasonal and do little to serve the long-term residents here. Councillors, these people are not asking for much. They are asking for council to fulfil a commitment that has already been made multiple times. This is not my first rodeo, or rodeo, if we are to pronounce it in the slightly more appropriate Spanish-speaking way, as it is a Spanish word. Residents from Wyoming Road would note that I brought this to the attention of the last council, that I advocated for that with the last council. Gosford City councillors have advocated for this before. You have new councillors here who have an opportunity to right a historical wrong. You have the opportunity to serve these people rather than to tell them, no, go away. I would also like to say that to write back to these people and say you chase it up with your own state and federal member is a little bit insulting, and I think we can save council $1,000 here in writing the letter ourselves. So I am pleased to see that there was some move here tonight to actually write to the state and federal member as well as the Minister for the Central Coast requesting grant funding, because I know from my personal conversations with them that this is a project that they are interested in, and given that it's an election year, might be worth writing the letter. Not that I speak for either of those individuals, they are their own people. I do admire them and they do serve their communities well. But I believe that the council should be writing to these people asking for them to provide funding. Furthermore, some of the projects that the Director mentioned before, quite popular. They bring a good reputation to the council, which is what I like to see. They get a good bang for their buck, but they've also received additional funding. Quite often, in order to get grant funding, you've got to progress a project to a point where you can actually apply for that. You might have to put it in the budget, you might have to have some plans for it. It's a bit hard to get a grant if that prior work hasn't been done. So councillors, I would request that we first commit this to the budget review process, and secondly, that we write to people who can give us money, and that we put a proposal to them at a point where we can actually receive that money and get this grant ready to get some additional funds. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Lamont.
I thought it was.
Oh, who's next?
I was just going to ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Eaton, why he thinks my previous motion needs a rescission, and what the intention is with this petition. Like, how do we notify the people that that the action on the petition, what action we're taking, and why he is so averse to have some sort of register. I'm not asking for a policy, I'm just asking for a register of petitions, nothing more.
We'll take on notice, Mr. Mayor, and respond to
Mr. Mayor, could I please have the...
Councillor Lamont, please. Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Could I please have the substantive motion put up so I can put forward my amendment? I have circulated, but there's been some changes since I did so I'll need to...
Councillor Lamont, did you have a seconder for your Councillor Smith?
Could I please have the substantive motion being moved by Councillor Stanton on the screen, please? Yes, you're right. I will step down until this has been dealt with. Don't forget me, I've been waylaid. It's been pointed out, I have to admit by Councillor Eaton that we can't deal with my amendment until we've dealt with this one, so I'm returning to my seat with the assumption that Mr. Mayor will call me immediately after this amendment has been dealt with.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. So, Councillor Lamont's amendment and seconder, Councillor Smith. All those in favour of... Oh. Can we put Councillor Lamont's motion back on the screen, the amendment back on the screen, please?
So sorry, it was added to the previous one. That section was added to the previous one put forward by Councillor Stanton. Did you?
Just to be clear, it's been taken as an amendment by the Mayor, and it is that wording on top of Councillor Stanton's substantive motion. So I think we should all be clear. We saw what Councillor Stanton's substantive motion was. And then we have Councillor Lamont's amendment, which sits on top of that. In addition
Mr. Farmer, they need to see it. They might have a change of heart. You never know. Once they see it in print, there might be a bolt of lightning or something. Come on, just...
All those in favour of Councillor Lamont's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's lost. Come back to Councillor Neal.
Could Mr Farmer turn his microphone off, please? Sorry. I enjoy doing that.
Talking to myself.
Could I please have is that the substantive motion? We have there doesn't seem to be a 2 there. Is there a number 2 in that motion? I think number 3 was number 2. Yeah, that was. My amendment is to leave in 1 and I think what is sort of 2 in between, but replace it with the middle section, that we thank the residents for the petition on improvements to Wyoming Road and refer the funding request to the Budget Review Committee on the 28th of February 2026 for consideration as a capital item. The second part of my motion does not need to be moved since it's been taken up by the substantive motion in item 3. Would you like me to repeat that? That we thank the residents for the petition on improvements to Wyoming Road and refer the funding request to the Budget Review Committee on the 28th of February 2026 for consideration as a capital item. Okay. Oh, it's up there. It can be a number 2. Very clearly, there is, speaking to the motion, there is a desire on the part of the community to have the improvements undertaken for Wyoming Road. There certainly appears to have been an expectation on the part of the community that council would consider these works much sooner than 10 plus years. And I think having raised those expectations in the past, I think it's fair and reasonable that we at least give it fair consideration along with the range of other projects that we're considering on the coming Saturday and developing the budget. I know there is heavy competition. There are many roads that require upgrade within the Central Coast community, but I think certainly where the community has made the effort and to put their views to us so strongly in the petition, that we certainly should acknowledge that and take their request seriously and look at the detail of it when we consider it on Saturday along with all the other projects.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Neal's amendment? Councillor McGregor, thanks. No other discussion? All those in favour of Councillor Neal's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor McQuaid. Amendments down and going to Councillor Stanton's motion. Councillor Lamont.
Just a question, I think because some of these votes are so close, I just wanted to find out through you, Mr Mayor, why the 8 are actually against the amendment.
It's nothing to do with you, this is how we vote it, so sorry. I'll take that on notice.
Is there a reason, like, it's all right voting against something, but no one's actually saying what is wrong with it, and that's what I'm trying to find out.
Nothing's wrong with it.
Nothing's wrong with
That's
it, but we
just
won't
the way
vote
we
for
vote
it.
it, so.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. All those in favour of Councillor Stanton? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just just quickly to go back to the motion that is not yet on the screen, but will be. I think it's really important that as the councillors here remember that just very, very recently, we all had an opportunity to put down councillor priorities for surplus funding this financial year that's upcoming. I, in fact, put down a post-it note that said curbs and gutters everywhere. Myself and one other councillor put their stickers on that. The rest of the councillors in this room did not think that that was a priority to them at this time. Simultaneously, there was a post-it note for this road upgrade. It received one councillor's vote. The rest of the council chamber did not vote for these as priorities. I think that's important to remember when you vote now.
You have to put on, you just have to speak about the points what's been spoken about. You can't bring in any other stuff.
This is to the very point because this motion is about upgrades.
That's not a point of order. Can you please refer to the code of meeting practice?
Highly improper and out of order, and frankly a way that these workshops are conducted. We don't know whether what is being stated by the council is correct, and clearly this is an act of disorder being undertaken by the councillor on her feet, and you should either ask her to stop or sit her down.
Oh. Councillor Mark.
Thank you.
Councillor Neil, yeah.
So the point of order with me, Councillor Stanton pointed out that the people in this room did not react to her post-it notes. Sorry? Well, we weren't actually, I for one was not in that meeting, so...
Ignore
Well,
the person
can we please, Councillor Stanton, can you please finish but stick on what was discussed in the motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this motion goes to talk about a specific road and upgrades that include curbs and gutters, and this is something that the council chamber has been in discussions about. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. No other discussion? All those in favour of Councillor Stanton's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor McQuaid and Councillor Smith. Thank you. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neil, Councillor Lamont. Motion's carried. Thank you. Next item is 4.1, Environment and Planning Committee Minutes and Recommendations. Councillor Eaton, as the Chair of the Environment and Planning Committee, would you like to introduce this?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proposing to do a block motion, which obviously is to adopt the minutes and to receive the minutes and adopt the recommendations in relation to items 26, 122, 124, 125, 126, 127, 134 and 136. As these were all unanimously passed by the committee or not called, and that would leave to be dealt with separately 123, the mountain biking matter, 128, the parking matter, and 133, the planning incentives matter.
Stroke 136 was not unanimous, and therefore it should be removed from that list as they're included on the basis they were all unanimous.
I'll just respond to that. I said unanimous or not called. That one wasn't called by the emails that I have received today. But it can be separately dealt with if you want to. I don't have an issue about it. It wasn't called, that was all. So I'm happy to have that separate.
Yeah. Thanks.
I do note that whilst Councillor Mont had asked for others to be called, as I said, I thought that it was reasonable to put all the others together as one block motion, as they were unanimous, or not called, as I said. But, of course, you can still speak against them during the block debate and or ask questions about them in the block debate. So if there's a seconder, that's as far as I need to go.
Seconder for Councillor Reid. Councillor Wright.
No, so 136 should come out, yes.
Sorry, can we just for completeness and can we just go through that again? So it is 1, 2, we're moving in block 1, 2, 2.
Yes.
1, 2, 4.
1, 2, 4.
1, 2, 6.
1, 2, 5. Was it 1, 2, 5? I might have duplicated.
1, 2, 7.
1, 2, 6, 1, 2, 7, 1, 3, 4.
1, 3, 4. Okay.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. It was my understanding that if a councillor called out an item and had at least another councillor requesting that item, that it was he pulled out the consideration of this meeting. My understanding is that a number of those items have been pulled out.
Correct.
So could we go through them each by each just to clarify whether the councillors have called them out or not? Because this looks quite devious from the chair.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
I withdraw, not at all devious.
Can I speak?
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, we didn't, not everyone did, but the chairs came together under the direction of the CEO to actually put a process in place where it took two councillors, to pull out items from the minutes for individual debate at the council meeting. Why do we keep changing the rules on this? And number one, the two chairs, Councillor Eaton and Councillor Stanton, did not actually bother even circulating the minutes to us at all, so we actually didn't see them. They did not even invite us to actually withdraw items for individual consideration, but if there's things that are...
Yeah, you just need to debate that, Councillor Lamont, when it comes up. Yeah.
Excuse me? Can I just get clarification as to what Councillor Stanton meant on that we have business paper for a reason?
Councillor Stanton, would you like to answer that?
I hope that everyone in this room has read their business paper, and that business paper includes all the minutes to all the committee meetings.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton.
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Castles.
Yes, look, I'm deeply concerned about this. It is probably a point of order. We were given no prior notice by the chairs or, in fact, any notice by anybody, whether that be senior staff or somebody else, that there was going to be a change in process with this. It's completely beyond the pale that this process should have been changed with no notice to any of us, and I certainly think this has been done in an incredibly poor way. It's trying to avoid scrutiny in this chamber in front of the community and by the rest of the councillors. These people should be frankly ashamed of themselves.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I'd just like to know, Councillor Wright actually sent an email to all the councillors with the minutes, so why could he and why do the other two councillors not bother? Or why is it different? Why are we, saying putting rules in place, but then only one councillor actually follows the rules and the other two have come up with an excuse today not to do it?
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Can you turn off your buzzer so Councillor McGregor, can I come to you next and just so that Councillor Wright can...
Yeah, happy to answer that. So the process came through from Civic Support. I didn't see a issue with those two particular items. I thought they would have gone through. I think I think we have to cast our minds back to the January meeting to answer your question in full. There was a motion to change the committee processes, and then at the very next committee meeting, the people who moved that motion have somehow now starred every single committee meeting item. You are invited to come to the committee, Councillor Mon. I have encouraged you to come to the Governance and Finance Committee meeting before. We had a very productive discussion. We went through a number of fantastic things. I think in terms of avoiding duplication, which yourself and Councillor Smith raised as an issue, this certainly does that by making sure that all councillors are attending the committee meetings. You can also ask questions of staff in advance of the meetings, and that's how I would feel about my particular committee. I can't speak to the two other chairs.
Please.
Yeah, can you please, so Councillor McGregor can get his... Councillor... Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise to speak against. What we're witnessing here today is an egregious breaking with the accepted procedures of the Code of Meeting Practice. We've recently had to make changes to our Code of Meeting Practice necessitated by changes put forward by the Minister in the Office of Local Government. The time to adopt a procedure to follow was then. Time and time again, councillors have raised issues with the Code of Meeting Practice being breached in this chamber, going back well over 12 months, and we continue to see it, despite councillors being trained in how to do it properly and having some time to come to be used to the procedures. It should not be alien or foreign to them to act within the rules. They're pretty clear. You've got them printed out, you've got 2 copies in your drawer if you want to have another read while I'm talking and ignore me some more. Now, it is pursuant to the media now to actually make the point of what is happening in these meetings. We are seeing a near $1 billion organisation taken over by stealth. You are seeing staff recommendations amended, you are seeing them changed, you are seeing them co-opted. These committees were put in place to ensure that councillors could change business that was coming from the operational wing and to put their own stamp on it. There is no better example of it than what we're seeing here in front of us today, than maybe the terms of reference that are going to come up later for the Land and Environment Working Group. We've got councillors getting themselves involved in operational legal matters. Funny that. These are the kind of things that lead to ministerial intervention. It's about time people actually wised up and followed the rules rather than exploiting them, acting contrary to them, and pretending that they're serving the community in doing so. And it is also appropriate for the media to note this because it is entirely factual, everything that I've said, and it has been occurring for quite some time. It is a disgrace that elected people would act in such a way that is so alien and foreign to what the responsibilities are and what the oath was that is supposed to be sacred that they signed, that they commit themselves to. False commitment doesn't work out very well. It is also appropriate to note the constant humiliation, the comments that are made that are designed to put people off when they're speaking, that are designed to undermine people, and the imputation of motive is directly against the Code of Conduct. Yet we see the same characters constantly sniping and making comments from the sideline over the same female speakers. Now, we all went and did a video for International Women's Day. I'd love to see some of the councillors' ones here because it's time for you to actually act in the way of which you preach. The way that this organisation is operating is leading to significant strategic risk on multiple levels. We've spent the last decade dealing with the fallout of Doug and Laurie's $375 million debt and the disgusting $200 million that was taken out by the administrator. That's $575 million there. That is your responsibility and your responsibility. And instead of looking at the strategic financial direction, we are seeing public money funneled into ways that does not serve the majority of the community and is questionable under the Local Government Act. These committees are an assault and an affront on our democracy. They are used to co-opt a $1 billion organisation to support sectional interests against the community interest. There are people who are watching this who can intervene and make a decision here to do the right thing. So you can either do it for yourselves or you can have someone come in over the top of you. It's time to wise up and do the right thing. You've had 18 months to work it out now. Let's see where things are in the next 18 months after this with the way this organisation's heading. People need to be leaders, not followers, and act in the spirit of good governance and what is ethical and what is lawful, because that is what our oath was. And I am very concerned about the practical application of some of these decisions in here. Councillors are too often getting involved in operational matters to ensure that sectional interests are favoured over the multitude. That is a very disastrous path to be on, and we have seen many councils deal with the consequences and the fallout of that, and you can sit there and snigger and laugh, and that's more of the undermining behaviour that we see in primary school, which is expected there, but maybe not in the board of directors for a near billion-dollar organisation. It's pathetic. It's time to do the job properly and stop embarrassing yourselves and everyone else through conducting yourselves in these meetings in the way they are done. People need to change the way they are behaving, because there is really significant concern both in this building and outside of it, across multiple layers, as to what's going on here. There needs to be more scrutiny on this, particularly from those who are in the third estate. It's time to do some factual reporting on what's going on here.
What was that? Yeah, just, no councillor noted which clause of the Code of Conduct that has been alleged to be breached, therefore the rule of the point of order, but we'll just go to the director now just for some clarity on that.
I didn't, can you repeat that? I just didn't understand. I'm sorry, I apologise.
No clause of the Code of Conduct has been mentioned yet, so I'm just going to get the director to speak about that.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I'm being asked just to highlight which the section of the Code of Meeting Practice in regards to points of order. So the relevant clauses are 15.1. A councillor may draw the attention of the chairperson to an alleged breach of this code by raising a point of order. A point of order does not require a seconder. And 15.2, a point of order must be taken immediately it is raised. The chairperson must suspend the business before the meeting and permit the councillor raising the point of order to state the provision of this code they believe has been breached. The chairperson must then rule on the point of order, either by upholding it or by overruling it.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont.
So can I just get some clarification, Mr. Mayor? So is your point that the councillors that have raised points of order haven't quoted a clause in the Code of Meeting Practice? Is that your point?
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just if we're going to put this motion, my concern is Councillor Eden said that the votes in the committees was unanimous, and that's a reason to actually move the motion as block, other than a few items that he's agreeing to pull out. Now, unanimous doesn't mean every single councillor. It means like maybe half a dozen. That's hardly unanimous of this council. So to say we're not going to debate something because it was unanimous for 6 councillors, that's not unanimous, and it's basically fooling the community.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. That's one speaking against. Just having that noted. We've not had 2 for and 2 against.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, are you considering allowing this motion which has gone against the circulated and previous practice of 2 councillors being able to call out an item?
Yes, I am.
Yeah? Okay, yep. Good to know.
That's good. Right. This is for the items, Councillor Eaton, just checking 1.22, 124, 125, 126, 127 and 134. And then, Councillor Castles?
Just because it's all got quite confusing, just confirming through you, Chair, that 26.123, which is mountain biking, is up for debate.
Yes.
Thank you.
So all those in favour of Councillor Eaton and Councillor Wright's motion? All right, sorry. Okay. All right, the motion be put. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Mont, Councillor Smith. Carried. To Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I am happy to apologise that the minutes weren't circulated by me, but of course they were circulated by the staff, I think on the Thursday or certainly the Friday, and the reason was I was overseas and didn't have access to my council emails and so couldn't circulate them. I do note, as I said, that every item that is now put in this block motion was unanimous through the committee and is in accordance with the staff recommendation. So the suggestion that there was some, what was it? Councillor McGregor, I can't quite think of the words, but some sort of ulterior motive, anyhow, let's use those words, for putting stuff through, well that puts that ulterior motive back onto the staff, Councillor McGregor. Now I'm sure that's not what you meant, but that's the effect of what you're saying. I did discuss this with the CEO to make sure that the motion was in order. I'm not saying he supported or opposed the motion, but he did agree that the motion in dealing with it this way is in order. Obviously, given that the matters were in accordance with staff recommendations and were adopted unanimously means they have cross-factional support in this place. And therefore, I think putting it in this way, in this time, given that I don't think we'll actually get this council meeting finished tonight, was an attempt to try and expedite the business of the council, and I don't resolve from that. I'm not saying this will be an approach I will take again, but in the circumstances of this, I might well. And then it's a matter for the council as to whether they think that's appropriate or not. Having said that, we are going to debate every contentious item from the business paper of the committee. And that's what normally happens in this place. So I think in this instance, this was a reasonable approach. Thank you.
Right. All those in favour of the block motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Mont, Councillor Smith. Motion's carried. So the first item to be discussed is 1, 2, 3.
I think the first one is the mountain biking matter, and I'll just move the committee recommendation. And I know there's some opposition to that, but I'll need a second to put that on the...
Can I have a second? Councillor Wright. Your buzzer, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Eaton, your buzzer.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, I do have an amendment. Is this the time to do that? In fact, 2 amendments. I think I sent them through to Civic Support earlier, so perhaps they could bring them up for us, please. We're doing mountain biking, yeah. Yeah. Point 2, that 2 environmental representatives replace 1, and then and then it's also a point in clause 5 recommendation. There's an extra clause or point on the bottom, point IV, which is these activities not be allowed in coastal open space system lands or environmentally sensitive areas. That's actually completely separate from the sentence before it. I didn't put in the sentence before it. Yeah, it's just that the thing that I sent in is these activities not be allowed in coastal open space system lands as a separate item. That's not my amendment. That develops a draft commercial strategy.
Is that what you want, Councillor Castles?
No.
You
there's
still like another bit?
That's correct. Number 2 is correct. But there is another part as well, which I sent through to the civic support team. Have they got it? I can come over and show you if not. It was the one about COS lands. You had it up before, but it was mashed in with something else that had nothing to do with it. Is it just the delay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's correct. So I'd like to move those amendments.
Councillor Castle, you got a seconder? Councillor McGregor, thank you. Councillor Lamont?
Thank you. I had an amendment as well, and I was just wondering, should we deal with Councillor Castle's amendment first, or?
Yeah, we'll come to a foreshadowed motion. A foreshadowed amendment.
Can we look at maybe combining it? Would you consider having a look at mine to see if you want to combine it? Would you consider having a look at my amendments and maybe combining them, or not really?
Councillor Lamont, put your buzzer, please, thanks.
I'm not really sure what your amendments are saying at this point, so...
Can I just explain the procedural piece here? Councillor Lamont should speak to Councillor Castle's amendment, and if she wants to, she can foreshadow the additional points, and if Councillor Castles agrees with that, she may wish to include it, okay? So that's how we handle it, and if Councillor Castles doesn't agree with it and Councillor Lamont still wants to proceed, she then foreshadows that as an amendment.
In that case, can staff, is that the right procedure? Staff, if you could please bring up my amendments, thank you. Okay, so yeah.
Because we need to deal with this, it's not accepted. You can speak to your amendment, you can read it out, and if the mover of this amendment wants to accept
No, it's not the same, that's fine. No, that's fine, we'll leave it. Thank you, thanks, Ed.
Councillor Lamont, do you want to speak before the motion goes up?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we've still got a bit missing of mine. It was there and now it's disappeared again. So I think we're just waiting for that to come back up. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, am I able to ask a question of staff in the meantime? Just in regards to Cosland and mountain biking. So I understand that the mountain biking plan refers more to trails for people to ride on that are more, you know, semi-constructed, if you will, that are sort of semi-designated tracks. What's the ruling around being able to ride a mountain bike in Cosland that might not be on one of these dedicated trails identified in the plan?
Through Mr. Mayor, so at the moment there's no approved designated downhill tracks, but in Cosland you can ride mountain bikes on fire trails, and types of activity like that. But the purpose of the mountain bike strategy will we work on about which land that would be suitable for trails and whether we should move to more formalised trails. So.
It's still not.
Yeah, it's gone up now. That IV there, these activities not be allowed in Coslands or in environmentally sensitive areas. That's the bit that had slipped off somewhere, but it's back.
Okay, Councillor Lamont, is your one up? Your yeah, you want to talk? You want to speak to? So you're just leaving it? Okay. So regarding Councillor Castle's amendment, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to speak in favour of the amendment put forward by Councillor Castles. The mountain biking plan is a significant body of work for this council and indeed former council under administration, and prior to that I can recall at the end of 2017 meeting with different representatives of the mountain biking community and agreeing to represent their interests and trying to progress some of the ideas that they had. So that's almost 10 years ago now at this point. So this has been somewhat static. It goes forward, it goes backwards. Different people try and put their 2 cents into it, but it's been something for some time. Now, I would encourage people to take a balanced view of this. I don't believe, despite some of the commentary, that there is some sort of interscene war being waged behind the scene against mountain bikers. Likewise, I don't necessarily believe that there's a conspiracy to destroy environment or Aboriginal heritage or anything of the like. But as we are the people that set the standards for some of these things or the regulations, I think it's very important that we do take a balanced, nuanced approach that is clear for both people in the mountain biking community and people that need to use these trails, be they for leisure or for work, whether they're the fire trails or different areas. I note that in the past, and we've even had some examples put forward to us about other regions that have very successful mountain bike specific facilities, and I think that's still an initiative that needs to be looked at and taken up. Because whilst I did make reference to the fact that the impact of tourism is limited on the regional economy over the non-seasonal months, it's important to have a diversification or a multiplicity of options when it comes to those leisure and tourist opportunities. I think we are missing a tick if we're not really pursuing that option of having a truly purpose-built, truly appropriate facility. But furthermore, I think it's appropriate that we provide clarity for the community, be those the people that live here or the people that seek to come to our region to enjoy our region for all that it has to offer, including excellent opportunities for mountain biking. Councillors, it's not a matter of either or. It is not economic progress versus the environment. In fact, these things are actually commensurate with one another. It's actually important that we take both together. I will also take the time to note that there are people out there that do the wrong thing. It's not a majority, it's not everyone, but we are seeing and have seen increased pressure put on some of our most environmentally sensitive places due to the impact of activities like mountain biking. We're seeing, significant alteration of the natural environment, significant alteration of public space amenity without authorisation. And that does expose us to significant risk. There are legal issues associated with this, and it's important that we do act lawfully and that we do set parameters that are both enforceable but appropriate for what we're doing. So I'm not calling for a complete laissez-faire, do what you want approach, and I think it would be entirely irresponsible for anyone to do that. And I don't believe that it's particularly prohibitive to suggest that COS lands, and particularly places of extreme environmentally sensitive areas, or as I said, heritage and things of that nature, should not be damaged. We can make sure that we foster, that we encourage this mountain biking community, and that we can actually work together to achieve good outcomes on a consensus basis for our community. My real concern is that there's been a lot of due diligence done here. There's been a lot of background work. There's a lot of history. And, let's just be frank about it. There are some pointy ends to these kind of conversations, and people are going to have different points of view. But it should be done in a respectful way, and like I said, in a way that clearly articulates what the standards are, what the rules are, what we want to protect, and what we want to open up, and see if we can explore some of the opportunities that are there. And I think if you look at the amendment, that provides opportunity for both. It's responsible while still providing the flexibility for that opportunity to develop this. I also don't see this as simply being the end. It is a significant milestone, of which we've had many before. It is a positive thing if it's done right, but councillors, I'd like to see it done right rather than having people with little contextual historical knowledge or skin in the game actually put forward a point of view. I'd like to see the work that's been going on behind the scenes for nearly a decade now be progressed without too much alteration or without too much meddling going on that so often happens with these things. So councillors, I encourage you to vote for the amendment. The amendment is a positive. It's actually servicing both ends, and furthermore, I encourage us all to work together on this and to look to support the program, the plan into the future, and to see it come to fruition in a way that serves our community, both from a leisure, economic and environmental point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. No other discussion? Sorry, Councillor Wright.
All good. My question was just to Councillor Castles. So, given that some of the fire trails are in COS lands, how would that work for you with the planning, with the plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Councillor Wright, I think the matter here is that obviously there are ways these things have to be managed. That's fairly obvious. But it's very important to make a stand on what we can't allow to happen in COS lands. Clearly the Director has given us some information on that. And I just think that we really need to take this stand. If we don't, we know full well that we will find that COS lands can be detrimentally affected, which actually affects all of our community. It affects our wildlife. It affects, many things across our community. So I just think if this is not in there, it really does sort of give open slather potentially. And I'm not saying because people are necessarily doing the wrong thing at all, similar to Councillor McGregor. I'm more than happy to see some really good mountain biking plan, but I just think we really need to protect our environment, as I'm sure many people in the mountain biking community would want to do too. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Wright.
I will just ask with respect, and I'm not doing this to be a pain, Councillor Castles, but to clarify, under this proposal, would you allow mountain biking on fire trails? And I ask mainly because I know that's quite popular, for example, in Budai National Park, in areas like McMaster's Beach, where if you are going to be mountain biking, you're probably using those fire trails that are along the main road.
Councillor Wright, or through you, Mr. Mayor, at this point, I would need to seek further advice from the Director regarding that, in terms of what's allowable and what is not allowable. Thank you.
Through you.
Councillor Wheaton, would you like... Director Nicole.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just answering your question, Councillor, so if you identified it as being excluded from COSLAND except for on fire trails. That would be consistent with our current approach. If it would be a change to the current approach to exclude mountain bikes from fire trails and would be very difficult to do. Yep.
Thank you, Director.
Councillor Reaton, would you like a reply before we put
Very
the amendment?
briefly, Mr Mayor, thank you. In my view, if you take out COS and environmentally sensitive areas, there's nothing left for mountain biking, and you might as well not have a mountain biking plan.
Thanks, Councillor Reaton. All those in favour of Councillor Castle's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Reaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's lost. Councillor Lamont, would you want to put your amendment?
No, I don't think there's any point with,
Okay.
I'm not going to waste my breath, sorry.
Right. All those in favour of the original motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. The motion's carried. Next item is 128.
I just move the committee recommendation, which is the parking trial in Gosford.
A seconder, Councillor Reid. Seconder, Councillor Milland. No discussion? Any discussion? No. All those in favour? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna.
I have a couple of questions before we move that forward. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the report describes increased operational risks arising from the requirement to physically affix infringement notices, including greater exposure of parking officers to disputes and confrontations. Can through you, Mr Mayor, can Director clarify why the risk management section records nil and whether the formal risks of WHS assessment has been undertaken regarding officer safety under the revised enforcement model, please?
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, I don't know the answer to that, but the issue with the trial is it basically means that the officers are relying on the information provided through the material that comes from the car that drives around with the camera, and then they move around in relation to staff then doing the actual putting the tickets out. So that's probably preferable to us to the individual staff going around individually. But yeah, that's all I can think of in relation to that question, Councillor.
Thank you. Another question. We've seen a big jump in fines. Do we actually know why this is happening? And when we trial cameras, are we measuring success by better parking outcomes or simply by collecting more money? For example, improved turnover, easier access to business and higher compliance rates, or is it increased infringement revenue becoming the default indicator?
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, we target illegal parking and turnover the parking. So that could be particularly no stopping zones. It could be parking and disabled parking zones. So the prioritisation of our parking enforcement is about those high priority areas, as well as to turn over the time parking for the short-term time parking for the benefit of the sort of retailers. So we focus on that. We don't have targets for income.
Okay, and last question. This is to do with the sensors that have been put under the road. It was my understanding that was actually also used to where people could get on an app and actually find available parking, I think both in the CBD and also in Terrigal. Does anyone, through you, Mr Mayor, know about this and whether it is actually still working or not?
Through Mr Mayor, yeah, councillors, probably before my time, but the sensors aren't operational.
Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've got a question. What role, if any, does artificial intelligence play in either this mooted proposal or any current operations with cameras that are used in enforcement or surveillance in the LGA?
So this councillor doesn't involve artificial intelligence. It involves collecting information electronically using cameras, of which then allow us to, instead of chalking up manually, allow us to then go to where there's a sort of overstaying in different areas. Our enforcement is then done. We have to manually or by having a human put the tickets on people's windows. So we haven't got an involvement of artificial intelligence in our operations.
So that's a no with this one, but in terms of the other ones as well, that's a no as well. There's no artificial intelligence used in any of the cameras?
Not that I'm aware of, councillor. Yep.
All right, thank you for your response, Director.
Thank you. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley. It's unanimous. And Councillor McQuaid is not voting. He's not in the room. Thank you. Next item is 133.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, I'll move the committee recommendation. This is the planning incentives one.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor McNamara. Yeah, Councillor Lamont.
I'd like to speak against this, if I can. Given the committee's direction to investigate planning incentives and affordable housing provisions, what evidence or analysis has council relied upon to conclude that existing planning controls the primary cause of limited development activity in the entrance and Toukley as opposed to broader feasibility, infrastructure or market factors? I support revitalisation of the entrance in Toukley and I'm not opposed to incentives in principle. However, good planning policy requires us first to understand the problem we are trying to solve. Development activity can be influenced by many factors: market feasibility, infrastructure capacity, fragmented land ownership, financing conditions, not just planning controls. If the underlying constraint is economic or structural rather than regulations, height or FSR bonuses may not produce the intended outcomes and could create unintended consequences. Haven't we tried this before? And isn't this the result of this, the zombie DAs that we now see? Before council proceeds down an incentive amendment pathway, it is reasonable and responsible to ask what evidence do we have that existing controls are the primary barrier and that bonuses are the appropriate solution. If I could ask that question through you, Mr Mayor, of Councillor Eaton.
Councillor Lamont, can you put your buzzer, please? Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Look, I'll be brief. First of all, Councillor Lamont should note, if she hasn't, that this is only a report. So there's obviously those issues will be developed in the answers into the report that's coming to the committee, and she's of course welcome to come to the committee and be part of the discussion of those. Secondly, Councillor Lamont, if you want me to answer the question, then let me answer. Don't interrupt me, please. Clearly, at the entrance in particular, there are some significant development sites that haven't been developed and that are I'm just trying to think of a more neutral way, but are badly in need of development and are causing social problems, particularly at the entrance. And I think it behoves us to do something to try and incentivise redevelopment of those sites, which I think will cure the social issues down there. So this is a genuine attempt to investigate, and no more than investigate, a way to provide a cure for some social issues, as well as provide some much needed economic benefit to towns that are struggling.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to speak against. I do so on the basis of evidence that this is something that has been tried before. It's a bit of back to the future again, like so many ideas we see come before these chambers. The former Wyong Council had this as one of their sort of signature flag, wave the flag planning policies, and it was an abject failure. That's been noted by the Hunter Central Coast Regional Planning Panel, who spent a significant amount of time dealing with DAs that are unimplementable, that have been delaying progress of the entrance. It simply just leads to more egregious, traditionally non-compliant DAs going in. It leads to proposals that struggle to get financed. It leads to more, rat-infested, dilapidated, empty blocks with broken fences on them and grass which is even taller than I am at 6'4". This doesn't work. We've tried it before. It's failed. The same people come back into the room. It's the same old idea that simply doesn't work, coming back out again, being put out there, except for now, this time, we're not only going to do something that we know doesn't work for the entrance in Toukley again, let's have 2 decades of lost progress through doing the same things that evidence shows don't work. We're now going to expand it to the whole Central Coast. Now, I do note that we're only asking for a report, and it's only an idea, and it's going to go back to the committee. I wonder why it would go back to that committee. I wonder what influence that committee would then have on this. I wonder if that committee would then choose the same pathway forward that an independent panel of experts with decades of planning experience would choose. Maybe, maybe not. Making these changes to height limits and the FSRs create problems for the existing development. They move away from things that are achievable, that are going to bring demonstrable public benefit, and they move back to the pie-in-the-sky schemes. It's the whole delay, make nothing happen, and it's the land banking problem that we have here. Problems with the planning and development industry historically over the last 10 to 20 years revolve around finance. So the role that the GFC played, not the Governance and Finance Committee of this council, they can't be blamed for that, the global financial crisis or the Great Recession, like they call it in Europe, another thing caused by neoliberals again. So we're looking at this idea being sort of resurrected as a zombie. So, the economist John Quiggin would be quite happy with that. Remember his book, Zombie Economics? Well, this is zombie planning. This is going ahead and wasting people's time and putting out a false promise with something that's not going to happen, that's not going to lead to any tangential benefits. It's just going to lead to a denuding of the existing structure, the existing rules that are in place. The state government has already made significant reform and continues to do so in the planning space, and we should be looking to work hand in hand. Where are the reports coming in about meeting our housing targets to the Environment and Planning Committee? Why aren't we looking at what is prescient, what is actually in front of us today, what is contemporary? Why are we always looking back? It's the same nostalgia for something, it's an imagined past that doesn't exist. We're always trying to go back here. You can't rewind the clock unless the Environment and Planning Committee has invented time travel and is able to do so. We can't keep going back to the same old ideas that don't work. This council has a fixation or a fetishisation for going back to things that have been proven to have failed in the former Gosford and Wyong. It's 2026, it's not 1996. We need to move forward. We need to move on. There are so many things that could be done to make planning streamlined, to make the system more fair and appropriate, to bring something which is achievable, which is going to do something about fixing housing, or we can go back to this, special deals and special favours for certain people with certain sites. Whatever happened to there being one rule for all and people having to follow the rules? This is one of the main things that delays progress through the planning system, where people put in things that they know are non-compliant and they sit there itchy, waiting for something like this to come forward to give them a bit of a bonus here. And then maybe we'll just sit on this one for a while. We won't bother getting finance for another 10 years. Then we'll change the rules again. And we'll change the rules again. and 30, 40, 50 years later you end up with something happening. We don't need something to happen in 30 to 50 years. We need it to happen now. And if Wyong Council didn't fail and get wound up and merged with Gosford Council in this body, leading to the mayor and the councillors there getting sacked, maybe we would have seen some of this progress already. But it's always this focus on things that don't work. If you keep denying the evidence and you keep denying your history, you are bound to continue to fail. There's some people that said some reasonably wise words that get put into this chamber time and time again about doing the same thing over and over again, knowing it doesn't work, and that leading to you being described as something. Wouldn't want to say that that's what's occurring here. But again, it's another thing that we know doesn't work. It's a pet project of someone, so it gets slid into the agenda, and it's just going to delay progress and lead to more false hope and more abandoned empty blocks.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to get the chamber to consider an amendment. If staff could please put my amendment up. I mean, it is just a report, so I'm just amending what we're actually getting back as a report. But if we could just wait for that amendment, please. Okay, so yeah, it's instead of, it's not additional. So it's starting it down the bottom that the committee recommends the council. So it actually starts there. It's not, so it's not an addition to the existing one.
Yeah. Is that it, Councillor Lamont?
That's it, thanks. That's it? I already spoke to it. Yeah.
You got a seconder? Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, as seconder, could I just ask a question? As other speakers have indicated, I do think the bonus incentive scheme has been shown to fail. Numerous examples, and it's largely considered to be ineffective. But I do acknowledge that the entrance and Tukley could, certainly need some revitalisation and some work in those areas. So I guess my question initially, and I'm not right across these, but could I just ask through you to the relevant staff, what current placemaking or strategies do we have that talk to the entrance in particular and Tukley? Not going into great detail, but just do we have those strategies in place? Are we working on them? Is there funding allocated to them? Is there... sorry, just to repeat, the question, was just about, do we have placemaking or other strategies in place for the entrance in Tukley that we are working towards, or we have allocated funding to do some revitalisation work?
I'll need to take that on notice and come back to you with that one.
Okay. Thank you, Director, and apologies it was on the spot. So look, I will support Councillor Lamont's amendment. I do think just looking at the development incentives is not the way to go. It's been proven not the way to go. I do think there needs to be investment in these areas. I note that in the Environment and Planning Committee there was an attempt to incorporate some affordable housing as part of the focus. My concern is that these sites are not on great transport networks. They've got bigger issues that perhaps don't support that as being a focus or an amendment. So I would encourage councillors to support this and get a report back, information back. And if I could add, Councillor Lamont, I know it's not going to get up, but let's do it anyway. Can I add a part B that says, request staff provide further information about any master plans or placemaking initiatives in the entrance and Tukley, or Tukley, please. Requests CEO provide further information about any placemaking or strategic planning initiatives in the entrance or Tukley, and you might just put existing placemaking and master plan initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Councillor Castles.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. I was, I guess, a follow-up perhaps from Councillor Smith's inquiry. I was under the impression, having seen this document, and admittedly it is a few years old, that there was actually a place plan being developed for the entrance, which appears to perhaps be slightly delayed, or I'm really not sure what's happened with it, but it definitely did exist and there were actions taken. I wonder whether, through you, Mr Mayor, we could get any comment on whether that's still sitting in the wings waiting for something, or is it, you know, null and void, so to speak? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, so the place plan that you're referring to was developed back in 2021, but it wasn't adopted. So it's still parked but needs to be revised.
So it's sort of there and can be revised and re-looked at, rejigged. Okay, thank you.
No other discussion, so Councillor Lamont's motion, amendment. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? I'll go the other way this time. I'm getting dizzy. Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Wright, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Eaton, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Moreland. The amendment's lost. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor Stanton, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The motion's carried. Huh? I guess.
You just have to ask who votes against.
Oh, sorry. I was counting over there. All those against: Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Carried. Sorry about that. Last item is 136. Councillor Councillor Eaton. Oh,
Yes, I move that. I'm actually already called for your attention.
Your Councillor's. Oh, he's got the buzzer.
Yeah, it's not done by buzzer. We've had this discussion before.
It's a matter of the EDC, therefore it's the chair to
I
do.
go with the buzzer. Thank you, Councillor. I'll come to you next. Okay, and no, nothing. It's nothing to do with that, Councillor Neal. You know you're very close to me.
Councillor Neal, it's always the chair that does the things rising from the chair. The chair of the committee that deals with these matters. So I'll just move the staff recommendation.
Can I, Mr Mayor, I don't actually wish to speak against the motion, but I would, and the reason I wanted to get your attention first before this was moved, is that this is, as I understand, item 136.
136.
136 has been canvassed quite extensively within the confidential. It would be contradictory to adopt this proposition before us at the same time and then deal with the confidential after. So I'm suggesting to the chair of the committee, bearing in mind respect for the processes that we have and the recommendations of the staff, that we do not deal with this matter now and that we proceed on to deal with it at the confidential matter at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
On this matter, if I may. Thank you. Through you to the CEO, it is my recollection, having been present at that meeting. The confidential part, and again, I won't be speaking to what's in the confidential. However, in consulting with a number of the other councillors that were there, the confidential report does not appear to be accurate. So how do we address that? Because this is, it's reflecting on a confidential where we've now been told we don't have a reliable video with sound. A number of members of the committee don't concur with some of the information in the confidential report. How do we deal with that, Mr. CEO?
I haven't specifically dealt with this matter, but can I say that this matter's been referred to council on a matter that the committee has no delegations and will be able to be relitigated by the council when you move into confidential session, and the results of that will be provided to the community at the end and publicly at the end of the confidential session. So I suggest that's an opportunity to be, I guess, litigated and prosecuted inside the confidential session, and then whatever council resolves will be the decision of council.
Okay, just a follow-on question then, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. Notwithstanding that the Director advised that the recording of the confidential session does not have sound, can that still please be circulated or made available to all councillors? Is there any reason why that could not be done, please? Well, there might be things on the screen. Yeah.
I believe we can do that, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate it if it could be done in a timely manner.
All right, so we'll discuss 4.1136 in confidential. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion. That essentially lapses because of a lack of a mover, and we might just note that that matter would be considered as part of the confidential session in the minutes.
Item 4.2, Economic Development Committee minutes and recommendations. Councillor McNamara, as the chair of the Economic Development Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
I wasn't the chair for this meeting on 3rd of February. I was away, but I move the recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Seconded by Councillor Neal. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions regarding the Purple Investigation Initiative. When did Council, through you, Mr. Mayor, when did Council first find out that a resolution to investigate Purple Flag program for the SEP area had to be eligible for New South Wales SEP Kickstart program? In the business paper it says since the report. Do you mean the report presented at the 2nd of December council meeting? Or just simply through you, Mr. Mayor, when did we find out that we had to do a resolution for it?
Through the Mayor, we found out in December after the December council meeting.
Okay. With the grant, the Kickstart grant, how much are we actually expecting to receive?
Through the Mayor, we're not sure of how much we're expecting to receive. I think the highest dollar we can apply for, I'll just get you that figure in a moment. Sorry, I'll come back to you with a response on that one.
Okay. So a few concerns with this. By endorsing this investigation, will there be any implied commitment for future funding or operational changes?
Through the Mayor, just to respond to your last question, the funding is between 50,000 and 200,000 that we can apply for under that particular grant stream. So the highest amount's $200,000. Sorry, and your second question?
Second question was, by endorsing this investigation, will there be any implied commitment for future funding or operational changes?
No, there won't.
Okay, so whilst council is not eligible to currently apply for Purple Flag status, these ratings could be used to support any future initiatives in our centres to improve safety. If the investigation shows that there are some measures that need to be taken for safety and we don't take them, where will that place council? Can we do the assessment and not fix the problem? Because that's a real risk management issue for me. And it should be for, I think, all of council.
Through the Mayor, I wouldn't imagine that if we undertook a safety assessment, we wouldn't act on the findings as a result of those investigations.
But then there is an operational side to it as well, like funding side to it as well. There will be.
So through the Mayor, they would go through the normal development of budgets and operational plans for future years.
Okay, so with these reports, what's going to actually happen with them? Are they going to be made public or not? Are they going to just stay internal?
Through the Mayor, they'll be made public.
Okay, so just going through the long-term financial, like it says, the financial year adopted budget includes the impact for this proposal grant. What is the impact that we're talking about there? Like how much will the grant actually impact that?
Can I just clarify your question? Sorry,
Yeah.
so you're asking how much it will cost to undertake these
No, the
studies?
impact, so it says under budget and long-term financial plan impact, the financial year adopted budget includes this impact, the impact for the proposal. So what is the actual impact that we're talking about?
That's referring to staffing costs.
Okay. So it's only staff and nothing else, that's it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And there is minimal risk to undertaking an investigation into Purple Flag program for Gosford and Terrigal. Undertaking investigations will support council officers understanding how the areas operate at night, the strengths of each area, and areas that need improvement. The resolution is to undertake investigations into the Purple Flag. What I'm trying to find out is, what are we actually using these reports for? We're not going to get accreditation for them. I'm just wondering whether we're actually setting us up for a risk down the track. That's my biggest concern.
So through the Mayor, it's a requirement for, in order for us to apply for the funding for the Special Entertainment SEP, we have to demonstrate that we have commenced investigations into Purple Flag accreditation.
And that could be funding of anywhere from, I think you mentioned $10,000 to $200,000.
$50,000 to $200,000, and if you note, we are only concentrating on the Gosford CBD.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, as I said, I'm concerned about going forward. Like, I've just given you an example. If we're told to put a light in somewhere and we don't do it, like, can someone actually use that evidence against us in any way if we don't actually go through it, especially if we're not making any budget implications going forward? Like, I'm just wondering whether we're setting ourselves up for a trap.
Through the Mayor, there's a number of opportunities. So the safety audit that would be done in as the initial investigations for the Purple Flag would give council opportunities across a number of portfolios to address various issues in the Gosford CBD. So I can't see it as being a disadvantage. I see it as being an advantage.
Okay, thank you.
Right, no discussion. Councillor Neal.
Yes, I'd like to speak in favour of the motion that's before us. It's certainly, in my view, an important development for the special entertainment precinct to be developed in Gosford. In recent years, after frankly many years of inactivity in the evenings and a decline in the commercial activity in Gosford, essentially since the first construction of Erin Affair, this is an extremely positive move in my mind. there is an increased activity in terms of the new Gosford Library. There's also increased activity with the redevelopment of the Gosford Council building as a residential facility for Newcastle University, and also the development of the Gosford Strip Committee, which has seen entertainments like the Funhouse develop and become active in the Gosford area. In my view, the adoption of this this purple flag proposal is an enhancement of that move, and something that can see us not only improve the safety of Gosford area, but also see us enhance an area which is going to become later entertainment at a later time. So it's obviously critical that we ensure that it's a safe area so that people who are visiting Gosford or who live in the area who are taking advantage of the entertainment provided there are not at risk. It's a positive mood, and we also get the support of the New South Wales Government and potential funding. So I strongly endorse this program, and I urge all councillors to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Walsh is out of the room and hasn't voted. So motion carried. Thank you. Next item, 4.3, Governance and Finance Committee Minutes and Recommendations. Councillor Wright, as the Chair of the Governance and Finance Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Anyway, that's a story for another day. But, ladies and gentlemen, Governance and Finance Committee meeting. I'll keep it brief because I note it is 8:40 p.m. and we're still on the committee meeting items. So obviously it's an area we need to improve moving forward. Governance and Finance Committee met, well, it does meet on a quarterly basis. We met in February for two main items, as you can see before you. The first relates to the operational plan, where councillors started to front load some discussions ahead of the budget discussions we are having throughout February and March, and to seek some clarification on a number of works, including things like the mowing schedule, to get an understanding of how we can do that better. We also discussed in brief the appointment to ARIC. So I'm happy to move the block recommendation unless we have some discussion. I will therefore, I guess, separate both items for the process of discussion, again noting it is 8:40 p.m.
Can I have a seconder while we're councillors? Pardon?
As the will of the council.
So, Councillor Stanton's. This for the first item? Yep. 2633. Yep, Councillor Lamont. A seconder, Councillor Stanton is a seconder.
Okay, thank you. A few questions. While Council's overall cash position appears to be strong, 860 million, much of this is legally restricted, 710 million, not available for day-to-day operations. Given emerging pressures in areas such as water and sewer, asset maintenance and IT, I would like to understand how we are ensuring that underlying operational strain is not being obscured by headline cash balances and that long-term service sustainability remains clear and transparent. For example, in water and sewer, the deficit is described as not a cause for concern because restricted cash is available. That's probably true on the short term. But this sort of creates reliance on cash balances rather than sustainable operating settings, which limits what council does when what you are doing is limited by restrictions. I wonder whether the big cash balance is masking operational pressures. I did touch on this at the last meeting. So how does council make sure we are not overlooking pressure in everyday operating budgets for core services like maintenance, waste, water and sewer? Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor.
Council, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councillor. Council has significant amounts of unrestricted cash, which we've dealt with in some detail. They far exceed local government benchmarks and provide a strong operating position to enable us to deal with any shocks. That being said, our operational position is fairly strong. In fact, we, in general fund, are increasing the level of projected surplus by $1 million towards the end of the year, which means for the most part that we're dealing with our operational pressures and any changes or emerging issues in relation to our budget. In regard to water and sewer, there's some movement in that area. However, it probably doesn't paint an accurate picture at this stage, as highlighted in previous responses to your questions, because there is a need to capitalise some items which will move that dial in the overexpended operational area and underexpended capital area and even those out a little bit more. So those things together mean that we're tracking fairly closely to our budget. It's very small variations, and although the figures appear large as a percentage of our overall budget, those variations are really quite small. All sections of council review their budget and their forward plans very closely at Q2, and these have been reviewed by ELT as well, and we're quite comfortable with the direction in which we're heading. And I'll hand back to the CEO for some additional comment.
And I'll probably repeat in some ways, but maybe some different words, what Ms. Racklemire has said. We do have strong cash holdings, both in the water and sewer business and then in general fund, and which we've built up over a period of time. Our operating position is very tight, but it's continuing to run surpluses. We've run surpluses the last 3 years. We're aiming for a small surplus again this financial year, and we have to be constantly vigilant to maintain a surplus, but we are currently aiming for and intend to deliver a surplus this financial year.
Okay, thank you. Next question, significant increases in IT and digital transformation spending. How will council measure benefits or services improvements to assess these investments are delivering value for money? Is there a way council can link spending growth to outcomes and not just delivery?
Yes, so there are noted increases in IT expenditure. What those are the movement of the funds that council adopted in June of last year, which was an overall project plan, and they were adopted after we'd already developed the budget, so we're moving those in as we develop that 4-year project plan in more detail. They do not exceed that overall plan that council resolved. And in regards to some additional expenditure on IT in the water and sewer area, they're specifically designed to meet the needs of our water and sewer department in ensuring strong communication between their various sites and to enable the rollout of all of their systems and cybersecurity needs under the SOCI legislation.
So how are we going to measure like the success of that and not just that we're delivering the services, the improvements, like
So there are a number of mechanisms by which we'll measure that success, most importantly being those governance structures adopted by council in June of last year when we set up the digital transformation project. The other key way is through reporting on a regular basis to ARIC. So that enables all councillors and specifically yourself to be able to have oversight of that digital transformation project. And further to that, in the water and sewer area, they have specific performance reporting. I'm not sure whether you need to add anything further to that, but that's the way that we'll measure those outcomes and our ongoing compliance with legislation.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thanks a lot.
No further discussions? So Councillor Wright and Councillor Stanton's motion. Councillor Wright? Yep. All those in favour? Unanimous, apart from Councillor Walsh is out of the room. So carried. Next item, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, happy to move that recommendation, but noting what the director just said regarding that technology upgrade, which is quite a lengthy process and it has a significant cost attached to it. Noting it's going through ARIC, Councillor Mont, if you could please provide us with a update on that process at the next GFC committee, that'd be appreciated.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Could I have a seconder for that motion as well? Councillor McNamara.
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Castle, did you get your buzzer first?
Yes, because I was going to ask if we could insert a small amendment, unless it's not necessary. I note that we're formally recognising that the Chair, Carl Milliken, for his 9 years of service, etc. I'm just wondering whether we should say formally recognises and thanks the outgoing Chair. I don't see that formally recognises necessarily says and thanks. I wonder if Councillor Wright might accept that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castle. Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did want to move an amendment, but I'm happy if Councillor Wright wants to accept it. I did literally just send it to the staff, but I might just read it out unless you have that ready. It's only a sentence. When I say only, that's not very fair, is it? I'll read it out while that's coming up. So look, it relates to I have raised it a number of times, an invitation to the Chair of ARIC to present to the Council, and I've heard various responses that we've invited, but the Chair doesn't need to do that, and that may be the case. I think it's unusual that the Chair is unwilling to present to the Council. So what I am seeking is in the part one that we appoint Ms Lawson as Chair for a 3-year term, subject to an agreement to provide an annual presentation to the Council in the first quarter of each year. And I'm happy with the note from Councillor Castle. So I'm wondering if the mover will accept that, or do I need to move it as an amendment? Well, let me get a seconder first, and if I've got a seconder, thank you. Seconder,
Councillor Lamont, second.
Yes.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Councillor Wright's question. I'm not sure what because of confidentiality, I think Councillor Wright would be aware there's certain things that I can't discuss, and I'd really like some guidance from Ed Hock. I know we've discussed it before as to what I can actually bring to Council regarding the ARIC meeting, so I can't make any promises about what I can bring to you regarding that particular item, the IT. So to add to that, I'm very happy to support this recommendation. I'd like to start by thanking Carl Millington for his 9 years of service on ARIC. Carl has provided steady leadership, especially emerging from the financial crisis, and I think it's important the Council recognises the contribution that he has made. I also welcome Michelle Lawson as the incoming Chair. Since joining ARIC in July 24, I think it was, I believe Michelle has developed strong understanding of Council's risk and governance environment and brings thoughtful, practical insights to the table. I'm confident she'll do an excellent job leading the committee. I'd also like to acknowledge the newer independent members, Belinda Lorne and Chris Davies, who commenced last September, and welcome them to the role. Together, I think we have a strong mix of experience and fresh perspectives. Overall, I believe Council can feel confident that ARIC is in good hands with capable and suitably qualified independent members supporting strong oversight and good outcomes for Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, was Mr Hock going to provide an understanding to the Council of what can be discussed from ARIC, whether it's the Chair or whether it's the Council representative at a Council meeting or committee? Just before I accept or decline the recommendation, that would be handy. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Councillor Wright. Okay to go.
Well,
So then,
I'm just clarifying is through you, Mr Mayor, whether Mr Hock is going to provide that information. If Mr Hock would like to take that on notice, I would be happy to take Councillor Smith's amendment into the next monthly finance report, because the Governance and Finance Committee meeting won't meet for another 3 months, hence won't have this exact motion. But I'll be guided by Mr Hock on that.
Would Mr Hock like to come up?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Lamont, your role as the councillor member of ARIC is provided for in the OLG's guidelines for risk management and internal audit. At a high level, the role of the councillor member is to be the conduit of information between the independent advisory body and the council proper. So it's a communicative role. In relation to the proposed amendment, there is some challenge with maintaining independence of the chair. The chair is required by the guidelines to meet at least annually with the CEO and the mayor and deputy mayor. The chair is not required pursuant to the guidelines to meet with the council proper and to provide any type of briefing to the full council.
So just to clarify, you're saying that can't be done?
Or I wouldn't go as far as to say it can't be done, but the guidelines don't provide for it to be done.
Okay, so what I appreciate that advice. What I might do is accept Councillor Smith's amendment, and should any advice come from the Director or yourself or the Office of Local Government before that meeting that it can't occur, we're happy to hear that out. So is that amendment on the screen? The point C, civic support, that... no, it's not on there.
If I might comment as well, a presentation by the chair of an ARIC under the previous guidelines and under the previous code of meeting practice was probably not uncommon. I wouldn't say it was common either, but it was, happened in a number of councils, but it was generally done in a briefing. And the problem that you have with a briefing out of ARIC in the current code of meeting practice is, there will be stuff there that is, you wouldn't necessarily want to be dealing with in open session, but there would be other stuff that you would have to deal with in an open session. So we just have to get our head around how it would be managed, should the council wish to do it. I'm not saying it can't be done, but there would be a few challenges. As I said, it would normally have been done in, prior to Christmas, in a briefing.
Okay, so what I might do then, I'm still, as I get the recommendation from Councillor Smith on the screen, what I would do is, in principle, I'll adjust the wording once it comes on the screen, but... to provide an notification in the first quarter of each year. Okay, but that means you won't get it till January, February next year. You won't get an update. Okay, so what I would say is, if I can concentrate, please, Councillor McNamara, subject to an agreement. Is it Michelle? What did I say? So what I might do is take that out, what you've highlighted there, please, out, and then I'll add a point 3. Which would be invites the chair of ARIC and the council representative to provide a short presentation at the next meeting of the Governance and Finance Committee So I would then just slightly tweak that to reflect what Mr. Hock said and say, instead of invite the chair, I would say investigate options for the chair of ARIC and the council representative to provide a short presentation to the next Governance and Finance Committee meeting in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice.
Take that out of there, put it in yours, make sure it's in your motion.
That's
Councillor Wright, while we're waiting, can you put your buzzer off?
Yeah, so I'll move what's on the screen. So what I'm doing is I'm accepting the amendment from Councillor Castles, and I've incorporated Councillor Smith's recommendation into the first substantive motion. So I'll move what's on the screen.
Mr Mayor, so it's sort of quite significantly modified the intention of my amendment. So I will move my original notice as an amendment. And if I can just comment briefly that I understand the point that the CEO was making, I understand the point that Mr Hock was making, but the ARIC does exist to provide advice to council. I understand the councillor rep has a role, but the councillor rep is not the chair of ARIC. And the kind of thing that I would expect and hope from the chair is that they come and talk about the work plan of ARIC past, the work plan of ARIC future, identify any significant issues that councillors need to be aware of, and indicate in particular with reference to the annual audit and the annual report. So I note that in the former council, Mr Gallatley didn't come and present. Eventually he did on invitation, and we appreciated that. It is concerning, not with any malicious intent, but it is, I think, not ideal that the chair does not come and provide that presentation. It could be done in confidential. I'm sure there is provision for matters that are confidential, that they can be provided, that information can be provided into councillors in confidential, and I'm sure staff can come up with that creative terminology to allow for that. And my last point is with Councillor Wright's suggestion that the chair and the councillor nominee provide a presentation to the Governance and Finance Committee. Well, all 15 councillors need to hear from the chair of ARIC, not a subset of the Governance and Finance Committee. So I move that way. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, I just have a question for Ed Hock again. I've actually brought up the issue of how much I can communicate to councillors in one of the ARIC meetings, and we were actually going to get together. Like, I realise I'm there to communicate. I mean, if I could, I'd actually show everyone the whole paper, but I can't. So I really need some guidance on how much I can actually talk about from the meetings and even the business papers and everything. And I know you did mention in one of the ARIC meetings that we'd look at that after the meeting, so it'd be really good if we could do that. Because that, as I said, that's still a bit confusing about what I can and can't say.
Thank you. So, moving the amendment, Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Lamont. All those in favour? Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. The amendment's lost. All those in favour of Councillor Wright's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, and all those against? Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. The motion's carried.
Mr Mayor, would I be able to request a 5-minute break, given we have a few councillors out of the room, just to regroup for the upcoming items? Till maybe 10 past.
9, come back. 9:10. All those in favour of a quick break? Unanimous? Just yeah. Everybody back in apart from Councillor Stanton? Yep. Next item on the agenda is item 5.1, draft open coastal management programme post-exhibition. Councillor Reaton.
Yes, there's a motion that we've been cobbling together. I think Councillor Stanton, once she sees it, will probably be moving it, but we obviously need to bring it up first.
I can't hear you, Councillor.
Yeah, it's up there.
We dealt with that. We dealt with that first. We've done that one. Yeah.
Obviously, it's not going to go anywhere, is it?
Councillor Stanton will move it.
Right, Councillor Stanton will move it.
I'll second.
Councillor Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can now see that the amendments that I sent through are now incorporated, and I'm happy to start by moving this, which is that the Open Coastal Management Plan be put onto exhibition, noting that there needs to be a few amendments to this in particular to focus on dredging. This is a big community priority right now. And always, there are 40,000 people around Tuggerah Lake, and I think the CMP needs to reflect this this notion, and have incorporated some wording to that effect to discuss dredging more strategically, and where that sand is going as a part of the CMP process. When this comes back from exhibition, there will be another opportunity, as always, for us councillors to have input, to have the words of the community as well to input that. And I think that it is important that we do get that feedback. And this will also come to the EMP meeting, which is in just 1 week's time, noting that that meeting, I think, has been moved forward to 5 p.m. Thanks.
That is, Civic, can you highlight or what the amendment, what the changes were, or the addition, please? Just so it's clear what the... So 3 and 4 is original.
1 and 2 are also original. Can you just explain? Well, part of 2, I can explain it. Councillor.
1 and 2 are on your business papers. The A, B, and C and D are amendments that I've put forward. The 3, I believe, is also part of the original, and 4, and then 5 is new as well, which is that it goes to EMP and that meeting is being pushed forward as the committee earlier is not happening.
But 4 comes in the supper agenda you would have received today, which is some late comments we've received from DECU, and that's outlined in a supplementary business paper.
So really the substantive part is to A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D of 2 is a substantive amendment.
So that's A, B, C, D, and 3 and 4.
No, 3 and 4 are the same.
A, B, C, D, and 5.
And 5, yep. Can the civic support put up the original recommendations?
You have to actually go back to the CMP and have a look to see what the impact of that is. And I just think that detail to properly do would take, you know, at least half an hour, maybe an hour. And I just think it's disrespectful to provide this detailed an amendment at this time of night without having given any notice of it. Unless there's some reason that we need to deal with this immediately, I really feel that we should allow councillors to consider it in a calm and relaxed setting and deal with it at the next meeting that we have.
Through Mr. Mayor, just to be helpful, councillors, I can probably explain. It's actually a few words, but it's a very minor change. So if I can just, Civic, can I just have the, yep. So what this one is proposing to add is that A, B, C, D were the references that were being made to the dredging that was being done in the entrance channel. And we've got two CMPs. There's going to be one for the open coast, which is this one, and we're going to have one for the Tuggerah Lakes. So there's also, and the opening information for the entrance channel is included in Tuggerah Lakes, but the work about sand nourishment from the dredging is included in the open coast. So this, all this amendment, from reading it, does is make clear in the open coast one that the dredging activities will be used for sand nourishment, particularly at North Entrance Beach. So that's the main implication of here, whereas the previous wording had been a bit vague about whether the dredging was going to be used for a sand nourishment program. And that was where the words opportunistically were used instead of it being a little bit more certain. So this increases the certainty about dredging being used for sand nourishment at the entrance. That will be something that's even further elaborated on in the Tuggerah Lake CMP, but it is also appropriate to explain it in this CMP as well.
Thank you, Director. Can you, in particular, the one that concerns me is 2 subsection A, the amendment of table 4 to 8 management actions of the draft, so on. What does that, it's not clear, even in the wording, what it's actually trying to do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Or what the impact of what change to the document occurs as a result of that.
So reading that, Councillor, the what would happen is the words using sand sourced opportunistically, which is what we've got in one of the actions, they'd be replaced by using sand source strategically in accordance with the entrance management strategy.
But that says that in B, but what does A mean?
No, the A is saying that particular table, and then B is saying the replacements of the words in that table. Yep. So Councillor, it's the same intent that was in the other. It's just strengthening in the open coast plan the idea that entrance dredging is used for sand nourishment at North Entrance.
The wording is extremely unclear.
Can I just check? It is the table that's in the business paper, isn't it, Director? Table 1, proposed new / modified actions. That is correct, isn't it?
Councillor, through Mr. Mayor, Councillor, if the question is which tables are they referring to, they're referring to the tables in the CMP, draft CMT document.
But which one?
Where the actions are. Is that the question?
Yeah. I would like to move an amendment, Mr. Mayor, that we lay this matter on the table until councillors had the I'm moving a motion. It's a procedural motion and you cannot reject it.
Have to put it?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I'm happy to put it.
Thank you.
So the amendment to put this on the table, all those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Lost, so back to Councillor Stanton's amended motion. Who's Councillor Neal? Could you put your buzzer off? Councillor Neal, could you put your buzzer?
I haven't got it on. Oh, yeah.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got a few questions. Future DAs compliant with engineering design requirements and able to be supported, approved by appropriate consent authority, development and assessment of coastal protection works in accordance with New South Wales planning legislation. That's actually listed down in the CMP. Is it true that compliance to the EDR does not mean DAs will be approved?
Through Mr Mayor, I didn't quite catch the first half of the question, Councillor.
Okay, so there's a statement there that basically, I think, and this is about the EDR, because we know it hasn't actually worked out too well with the seawall DAs. Compliance to an EDR, does that actually mean your seawall revetment, whatever, protection works are going to be approved?
Sorry to be unhelpful, Councillor. I don't understand the question.
Okay, so we have EDR, engineering design requirements for protection works at Wamberal, North Entrance, and they're going to be applied elsewhere. If I am a home property owner and I put a DA in that's basically compliant with council's EDR, does that mean my DA will be approved?
So through Mr Mayor, so compliance with the EDRs alone doesn't give you consent. It would be, there's a number of matters that be considered in a development application setting. What the CMP does is identify the framework for what's the preferred solution, and there's the engineering design requirements as guidance, and there's also information about preferred solutions in different areas where there's high risk.
Okay, assuming that staff here are familiar with the New South Wales Resilient and Hazard SEP, section 212, that says development consent must not be granted to development on land within the coastal zone unless the consent authority is satisfied that the proposed development is not likely to cause increased risk of coastal hazards on that land or other land. Do we ensure that, I know we're not the consent authorities, but how far do we go with compliance with the RH SEP and section 212?
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, if there's the SEP requirements would be considered in development applications, and the coastal management plan is a consideration if it's certified in any development assessment determination.
Okay. The existing positive covenants, how are they going to work with the coastal management program? For Wamberal, I don't know whether we actually have them anywhere else. Through you, Mr Mayor.
I think I'll take that one on notice, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. There's also a suggestion that for Wamberal, licence agreements are going to be entered into for coastal protection where a revetment wall or whatever it may encroach onto public land. What assurances are we going to have, or the community will have, that revetment or whatever is going to go as far possible on private land as opposed to public land?
Through Mr Mayor, so just maybe a broader context, what the CMP includes is for Wamberal, it proposes sand nourishment underpinned by a buried rock revetment as the preferred solution along Wamberal. There's detailed design information, there's conceptual design information included in the CMP about what land that would apply to, and there's different areas along Wombrel Beach that would have different impacts on whether it could be constructed on council road reserve, Crown land or private land. So there's information in the back of the CMP that shows that. There's detailed design work going on at the moment looking at the potential footings of that rock revetment, and the intention of those detailed design works is to locate it on private property or where there's council road reserve to locate it in those areas. And there is some residual private land that council's looking to acquire. The intention is that to move any rock revetment off any Crown land, but the detailed design that shows specifically that right up the whole embayment area is still being completed. So we think we can locate it primarily off Crown land. What happens is if part of that revetment then goes onto Crown land, it would need to be constructed by the private owner, and they would need to get a licence from Crown land to have that structure on the Crown land, and then there'd be a requirement for them to maintain that structure. So that's where the licence fits in. But at this stage, we're looking to maximise the use of private land and non-Crown land, but the fine details haven't been fully completed for that yet.
Okay, so the design work that you're talking about, is that to do with the Section 68?
Through Mr Mayor, so the CMP now includes much more detail about the preferred solution on private land, and that preferred solution, as I said, this really focus on sand nourishment and moving away from a seawall and focusing on a buried rock revetment, and that rock revetment has different sizes. So there's been the work done for the CMP to identify that alternate solution, and we also have MHL doing more detailed designs for that alternate solution that could be used as an application to the RA Minister for approval for that structure. So so we're proceeding with the CMP as well as those potential application to the RA Minister at the same time, and both are informing each other.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I find it deeply concerning that this updated draft CMP is proposing to embed engineering design requirements for coastal protection into Council's Development Control Plan, DCP. This is because of the planning signals we send and the risky behaviour those signals create. We've been here before. Recommendations from the previous CZMP introduced allowances into the DCP for development on the seaward side of the coastal hazards building line in areas like Wombrel, areas that are already recognised as erosion hotspots. Simply put, land that was severely affected and should have remained undevelopable was opened up for development thanks to the recommendation made in the last CZMP for flexibility in the DCP. Those decisions mattered because once that flexibility was introduced, behaviour changed. Investment intensified in hazard areas, homes became larger, more expensive and more permanent. Exposure increased not because the hazards disappeared, but because the planning framework changed how people were allowed to respond to those hazards. And with higher investment came higher expectations of protection. That should not surprise anyone. When councils enable development in hazardous locations, people naturally expect those assets will be defended. That is a legacy problem we are now dealing with at Wombrel and the entrance north. Yet this updated CMP itself recognises a very different long-term reality. It states that through limiting development in high-risk areas via Council's Development Control Plan, urban development should become less exposed to coastal hazards over time, with high-risk development gradually retreating as risk increases. But the opposite has happened at Wombrel. Council's last DCP changes encouraged greater development intensity in the locations, now being described as extremely risky. Development did not retreat, it expanded. Exposure did not reduce, it increased. At the same time, the draft CMP openly acknowledges that even with an active intervention, the risk will eventually become so great that it cannot be reduced to tolerable level, and that some form of retreat or relocation may ultimately be necessary for areas such as Womble and the entrance north. So this creates a very serious policy tension. On one hand, the new draft CMP recognises that development controls are meant to reduce long-term exposure and allow risk to be wound back over time. On the other hand, we are now being asked to embed engineering design requirements for protection structures directly into the DCP, effectively strengthening the very protection pathways that reinforce continued investment in extreme hazard zones. So here's a simple question. If retreat is the reality, why are we embedding mechanisms that deepen protection dependency? Once protection pathways sit inside a document like the DCP, they don't simply regulate development, they encourage it and normalise it where it should not be happening. It sends a clear signal that protection is not just possible but expected. There is also another economic issue we cannot ignore. The CMP refers to very large property value figures, hundreds of millions of dollars to billions of dollars, to justify protection-focused approaches and defer difficult conversations about adaptation and retreat. Those values didn't happen on their own. They've been shaped by planning decisions, by risk accommodation and by ongoing assumption, sometimes explicit and sometimes implied that protection will be available. In other words, the coastal risk has never been fully priced in. Many people in the community openly say that they would not pay $20 for some of those properties. They say the properties can't get insurance, they can't get finance, they are worthless. Yet the CMP is giving them a $1 billion price tag. So what does Council want to do? It wants to embed EDR in the DCP and continue short-term protection frameworks while at the same time admit that hazards aren't going away and retreat is inevitable. That creates a dangerous policy contradiction. We end up sustaining inflated value expectations, reinforcing protection dependency, providing false short-term security to property owners and benefiting from higher short-term rate revenue, while long-term exposure costs, governance challenges remain unresolved. Embedding the EDR into the DCP doesn't solve that problem and it entrenches it. Our planning instruments keep incentivising risky behaviour and locking us into decisions that conflict with our own long-term coastal strategy. I'm glad the document's going on public exhibitions so the community can fully understand what is being proposed. Thank you.
Through Mr Mayor, councillors, just there seems to be some confusion about this issue of the action about incorporating controls into the DCP, and I just wanted to clarify that. So what would be incorporated in the DCP is the controls for coastal protection works and what those coastal protection works will be. Because while the CMP is a consideration when you're looking at DAs, it would be much better for there to be clear instructions in the development control plan for those coastal protection works. So it's not about increasing development near on the coastline. It's actually the opposite. It's actually clarifying the intent of the CMP into Council's development controls for those coastal protection works. That's the only thing that action does. Thank you.
Thanks, Director. Councillor Ream.
Oops. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to indicate my support for this motion as the seconder. And just to reiterate what I think the Director has already said is that the only amendments are to do with just making it slightly more explicit about dredging of the entrance mouth to provide sand for North Entrance Beach nourishment. And those words were in fact developed by the staff, and I understand are not at least opposed by the staff. By the staff, yes.
Without us being involved.
Obviously, I and Councillor Stanton asked the staff to develop some words that would provide for a slightly enhanced opportunity to do dredging at the entrance channel. And that's, so the words have been provided by the staff, and as I say, so some words were provided I think, late last week, but of course I had no access to council emails until today. And also I note that the CEO's updated response only came out, I think, today. And I was trying to put this item together all through the meeting this afternoon, the meeting, and it was actually only finalised in the break we had this evening. 10 minutes or 15 minutes ago was when we got the final version. But let's not focus on that. That's what it does. It's going, I understand it's important for you, Councillor Neal. It's going out on exhibition again. One of the things we also made the change was that it is going to the agenda of the next week's Environment and Planning Committee, and that meeting has been changed to 5 o'clock with the Coastal Management Plan on the agenda. So all councillors obviously can attend. Anyone who has some difficulty in attending, I'm more than welcome to have them attend electronically. And I would envisage that it may well go to 7 or 7:30 so that this matter can run for an hour or so if it needs to, as long as it needs to. And that's the opportunity for councillors to ask further questions if they so think fit. And obviously it will then come back to council after it's been on exhibition, presumably to the April council meeting. And there's obviously a further opportunity to debate at that time. But having said that, at the end of the day, this is a very important document. And yes, Councillor Lamont, it does provide the opportunity for some sort of hard protection structure for Wamburrel Beach, and that's something that I personally welcome, and I think the majority of councillors here welcome, and hope that this can be in place in time to stop another series of East Coast lows in May, June, or thereabouts this year, and God forbid a house fall into the sea.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to choose to stay seated, please. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director of Environment and Planning, this may have already been answered, but I'm going to ask it again. Are we clear that certification of the CMP does not equate in any way to construction approval?
Through you, Mayor. So the short answer is yes. But the CMP, when certified, would become the basis for council to access state government funding to implement the CMP, and that funding arrangement is 2 parts state funded, 1 part council. So it opens up access to the state government funds. It also then is a matter that is considered under an EP&A Act consideration of development applications as one of the heads of consideration if it's looking at development in the coastal protection zone. But it doesn't give you an approval to construct anything. It's a program that sets out a whole range of actions that are going to be progressed and access to funding, and it's then considered. It does provide more detail about how those coastal protection works would occur, and I think that would be reasonably influential in any development approvals that were given by the regional planning panels, but it doesn't give you that approval.
Thank you. Again, through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director, can I ask if you're feeling that the updated version of the CMP assists the community in any kind of strategic ambiguity that has previously existed and probably still exists? Are you feeling that the CMP is clearly identifying the primary strategic management option at Wamburrel Beach in particular is offshore sand nourishment?
Through Mr Mayor, yes, Councillor, obviously we had a lot of a significant consultation process, and that showed a lot of input from the community, and then we also had feedback from the state agencies, particularly Department of Environment and also Crown Lands. So when we've considered that whole range of feedback, what we've proposed in there is an alternate solution to how to look at the coastal protection works at Wamberal than what had been proposed previously. And that's very strongly focused on sand nourishment and how we would get offshore sand nourishment programs established, and then also underpinning those with, in this case, a buried rock revetment. So there's definitely a change in the approach than what we've had previously, and it's in response to the feedback and feedback we've been having from state agencies and the community.
Right, so I take that to mean that offshore sand nourishment is the lead strategy,
There's
underpinned by
through you, Mr. Mayor. There's two elements. It's definitely proposing that we use, where possible, local sand nourishment sources, and that it also proposes an action that we work with the state and federal government to get the approvals and mining licences to allow an offshore sand nourishment program to occur, and that we do the business cases to look at how we would actually fund with state and federal government that offshore sand nourishment. That's very much a strong focus that we've also been pushed by the state government when we've been looking at an alternate solution. But what we have also got is incorporating the buried rock revetment for situations that we may have experienced where homes are at significant risk. It does provide that terminal protection whilst focusing on re-nourishing the beach after storms.
So one final question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director. Happy to stand corrected on this. When we're talking about a buried rock revetment, I'm not hearing in most conversations the word flexible buried rock revetment. Can you respond to that, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, so Councillor, where I sort of said there's detailed work being done by MHL. They're looking at different materials and the structural approach to how the wall is working. They're looking at opportunities for incorporating sandstone and using sandstone where we can, and they're also looking at elements of that sort of the structural makeup of how the rock revetment would occur. That level of detail is something that we'll probably have available reasonably soon, but we haven't landed on the exact solution yet.
Councillor Castles?
Yes, thank you. Just looking at what we have on the screen before us here, I note, of course, that it's saying replacing the word opportunistically with strategically in the action descriptions. So I've actually had a bit of a glance at what the difference is. Are we defining this within the document? Because in actual fact, I mean, most people probably would have, think, well, what's the difference between these two things? So do we have a proper definition of this within the CMP document so that people in the community, and probably even some other people, even possibly around this table, would understand what the difference between these two things actually are? I don't need a big description. I just want to know, is this very clear within the document?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, Councillor, it's very clear in the document.
Thank you.
Councillor McGregor?
Do we have any idea of the budgetary implications of moving from opportunistic to strategic at North Entrance? Could someone please respond to that question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're doing the dredging program at the moment. It's operating at the entrance. That's providing about 25,000 to 30,000 cubic metres of sand that'll be used on the berm and in the North Entrance beach. that's giving us a lot of information about how to operate that dredging program, but it would require council to consider funding dredging at the entrance for that to be the source. But that's the intent, is that we continue to work with the state about how we'd fund that program. So, but at the moment, the dredging program past this year isn't funded at this stage.
So do we have any idea of costings? Because if we do move to strategic rather than opportunistic, we're looking at a long-term planned strategy. Do we have any costings at this stage, or is that incoming?
Through Mr. Mayor, there's a business case in the CMP that talks about the different funding, and we would update that as part of the exhibition process with the costs associated with this. But at the moment, we're spending $1.2 million for the dredging program at the entrance for this season. But we would update the business plan for the final version after exhibition.
So is that funding entirely internal to this organisation, or will we be looking at external, like a mix between the two, or primarily external? What do we have any idea about how we would manage that?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor, one of the benefits of the certification of the CMP is it opens up access to that 2-for-1 funding program from the state government. So it allows us to bid for grant funding that we currently can't get. And so inclusion of this in the CMP will open up the potential for us to seek grant funding from the state.
So obviously in the original document it was focusing on opportunistically rather than strategic. Was there a particular reason why staff saw that to be a superior option and put it in the original draft?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, not particularly, Councillor. The intent with the, as I was explaining, was you've got the 2 CMPs, one for Tuggerah Lakes and one for open beaches, and decisions about what you include in each of those. And there's obviously an overlap at the entrance channel, and they were planning to deal with the dredging program in the Tuggerah Lakes work, and there's going to be a lot of work in there. But sand nourishment was dealt with in the open beaches. So it was more just probably a benefit from this to clarify what the intent is at the moment for sand nourishment at the entrance channel. That would have come later with Tuggerah Lakes work, but it does clarify it in this CMP now.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that concerns me about this on the fly off the hoof change here, because we've got one approach for the entrance coming out of the ether, but then you've got Wombrel where there's apparently a real and significant problem that perpetually comes to this chamber, but Wombrel misses out, Ettalong misses out, all these other places miss out. Moving from the economics to the geographical or the geological, there's some commentary in the document about sand sediment compartments and the importance to have them from the same area rather than from an external area. Could you speak to that at all, if you have knowledge or if one of your staff do on that?
If the question is, you want to explain how the references to sand compartments, is that?
Yeah, so what's the significance of having it from the local source, so sand from the entrance going to the entrance as opposed to sand compartments from another place coming to the entrance? Because I'm not a coastal engineer or someone that, you know, has this knowledge. I don't know if you could provide some commentary to help inform.
So we could take that on notice for a detailed answer, Councillor, but yeah, it's probably best to, that's sort of the thing that we could provide as a detailed answer, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it's probably not the kind of thing you can just drum up off the top of your head. Look, I'll rise to speak against the amendment. None of the answers that I've heard there satisfy me that the amendment is desirable or necessary, particularly before this goes back out to consultation. I am extremely concerned that the people, the owners there at Wombrel on the waterfront are being left behind and getting this whole stab in the back, so the people at the entrance get preference and priority over them on the fly. I have concerns about the geological impacts. I have concerns about the environmental impacts. These are the kind of decisions that should probably not be made at 10 to 10 at night without being shared with anyone else. We're effectively having a gun put to our head at the last minute and saying, sign up or else. And most people don't know, either in the community or in the chamber, what we're actually signing up to. There was some commentary in here that it's just a simple word change from opportunistic to strategic. Well, you're going from a localised short-term solution to a larger long-term planned solution with no budget. We've got no dredge, we've got no budget, doesn't fit in the long-term financial plan, and yet another significant budgetary impact, strategic change in direction with something that is really important for our environment at a time when this is such a key issue for our community, because we're about to enter the storm season when this all comes up, and we're being told, no, we're no better, just accept this, or else, basically, or else. This is a real concern. From a governance perspective, this is not how you make change. This is not how you go forward and provide certainty to the community, to the landowners, and further noting that we need to be able to get concurrence from DCCEW, from the state and federal government. This is something that should be done together, should be led by the experts. Certainly shouldn't be led by councillors Eaton and Stanton, because I would rather go off the evidence-based solution, going through the proper process in consultation with those that are most affected, than being told yet again at the last minute without any knowledge of this, oh, you know, how about you just sign up to this? Again, another long-term strategic change in direction which has significant impact on both our short, medium and long-term financials. And it might seem like a good idea at the time, but these things have key implications for both the people that live there and everyone else. What's to say that this is a superior solution? Well, we've got a back of the bar coaster estimate, as you know, my friend, former Councillor McLaughlin used to say, and we've got two people telling us it's the way to go, and we've got people in here that can't even answer key questions about the actual impact on the beach here. This should be of real concern, that you are expected to just vote for this. Now, we know that everything is decided here with block voting. That's why everything's decided 8-7. And this comes down to the key issue here. Is it scientifically sound? Is it economically sound? Is it evidence-based, or is it we vote this way because we're told to by this person, or we vote against these people because we don't like them? We're not here to like each other. We're here to make good decisions. Good decisions come through following the experts. There are no coastal engineers amongst us. There are no geologists. As far as I'm aware, there are no marine biologists, although if George Costanza can be one, maybe someone can put a hat on and be one on the weekend too. I don't know, there might be some dolphins to be saved or some sharks to be found with a drone. I'm sure there'll be a councillor and his togs out there looking for them. How about we fix the actual thing through going through the process the right way, rather than hijacking it and changing it at the last minute? People, yet again, are being forced into voting for something that is significantly different and has significant long-term financial implications to what was in front of us beforehand. It is not just a word that changes. It is a series of programmed works. It is going to have impact on the quarterly reviews in the immediate future for the rest of this operational plan, for the next one that you're trying to pretend that you've got some ownership over before it's implemented, and for those further down the track. Decisions should be made cogently, and they should be made strategically. We need to get a grip on the fact that the direction of the councillors is not operational. It is not to get in there and change the direction from the experts and from the staff and from the people who have professional qualifications in this. It is to work with, as I said, the evidence, the scientific solutions and the financial ones. This is another example of financial vandalism. It is another example of people preferencing one group over another. And if I was one of the people that was sitting up there from Wombrel at some of these earlier meetings, I would be furious and I would be enraged that people that are supposed to be helping me are prioritising others over myself. And if you're in any other part of the coast, think about the impact on where you live off the back of this amendment. So when there's floods and there's lots of damage to property and to people, think back to this moment.
Councillors, can I put a procedural motion just before we go to...
Question?
We're just going to put a procedural motion just now to extend the
time.
meeting.
Okay,
If that's
you.
okay. Thank you. All those in favour of extending for 30 minutes? Oh, yeah, unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have two questions. One is So the first question is number 5 talks about the next EMP committee. Why is this needing to go to the EMP committee when we're resolving to put it out on exhibition? Presumably the EMP isn't going to make more recommendations that then need to come back to council. Is there a reason why it's got to go back to the EMP committee?
I can answer. So give councillors an opportunity to ask questions to the staff.
Well, can I would hate for that to delay. I mean, councils may have recommendations. Can we delete number 5 and just get it out on exhibition?
It goes out in exhibition. It doesn't hold exhibition. From what I understand, it's going out to exhibition if this passes in the next couple of days.
All right, pointless exercise. But Mr Mayor, my second question, and again it is what some of the councillors have been talking about in terms of the dredging through you to the CEO or director. You may have covered it, but I guess that shift to strategic, I understand it's in accordance with the entrance management strategy, but presumably if you dredge too much, then and look, I see the merits of dredging the entrance at both the entrance and I think it also mentions Terrigal Lagoon in some parts. I certainly see the merits, but presumably if you dredge too much, then you're exposing or increasing the risk of flooding by the same significant weather events that you're trying to provide assurance against coastal erosion. So can I just get some reassurance from the director that, well, tell me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not wrong, that is understood and part of the berm management strategy to ensure that we don't move the problem from coastal erosion to extreme flooding. Thank you.
Through Mr Mayor, so just on the first one, Councillor, so this resolution, my understanding, it wouldn't change the entrance opening strategy. Any changes to that would occur as part of the Tuggerah Lake CMP. And that would consider issues like what you're talking about. What this is really talking about sourcing sand from using dredging. And at the moment, we're doing that dredging operation with after the environmental assessments of the impact of it. So we've got all our assessments under our licence for that dredging at this stage. So we're confident it doesn't have the impacts you were talking about. It's not of a scale that would have that. I just wanted to also mention that on 5, if what I was asked to do was put on the agenda for the Environment Planning Committee a presentation on this, as opposed to putting this report up. The intent for that, I understand, was that this would go on exhibition if councils support it tonight, but then we would have a chance to give a presentation and discuss more while it's on exhibition with the EP committee. So I would probably suggest if we would note that it would be a presentation in number 5 would be probably most accurate. Yeah.
Thank you, Director. It does seem very back to front.
Thank you.
Councillor Lamont, you got a question?
Yeah, just questions, just a couple of...
Could we just get a couple of the other speakers first, then I'll come back to you?
Thank you.
There's a question, because you've spoken already. Councillor Wright.
Just some brief comments. Just picking up on what Councillor McGregor said, I just wanted to clarify, because there might be a bit of confusion. This is a strategy that's already being used. We've looked as a council to allocate the money for dredging, and that sand is going along the North Entrance Beach. It's not a change in strategic direction. That's already happening. The dredge is in the water as we speak. So we had 5 minutes of mistruth, I would argue. That is already happening. And the other part about going to the E&P committee...
Taken. Taken. Councillor McGregor, thank you.
I'd like to draw a point of order pursuant to clause 1.4 of the Code of Conduct.
Who's Councillor Wright? You still?
Has he ruled? Has he ruled on it?
You still speaking? Are you still, Councillor Wright? Are you still speaking?
And I actually, and this isn't actually a jab at Councillor Lamont, I was actually trying to be helpful because I did see publicly Councillor Lamont said she wanted the CMP to go through the Coastal and Estuaries Committee for a once-over. And what this does is it allows it to go through next week rather than waiting till the end of next month when that committee next meets. So it's an opportunity to put it out on exhibition, but also ensure that all councillors can have their feedback and any questions as part of the director's presentation from next week, not the end of next month.
Councillor Lamont, question?
Just to answer Councillor Wright's or his assertions, the Director of Environment and Planning would know that I actually raised the issue of why we've actually bypassed the CEFRM committee and the EMP committee first before it went on exhibition. It's in the council request portal. You can have a look at the response there, so you know. But I'd still like to know on that basis why this isn't actually going to the CEFRM committee first before it goes to the EMP committee. You've got 3 experts, external experts, on that committee that are supposed to be advising the EMP committee. Why can't we do it in that order? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor, the matter was briefed in December to the Coastal Committee. So there was a presentation given by staff about the proposed changes to the CMP. That was because we have a significant gap until the next Coastal Committee meeting, which is on 31st of March. So we briefed in December, so it's correct that we actually have had discussion with the committee on it. The coming to this committee was mainly a timing issue, so that council could get it back on exhibition, but the matter is reasonably urgent to resolve, so we brought it here instead of the EP committee. Because we're proposing to go on another 28-day exhibition, the more briefings we can give in that period and discussions, the better. So we're quite happy to brief at the EP committee and have a detailed presentation. We're proposing to, on the 31st of March, have another session with the Coastal Committee. So there's the opportunity for all that to occur in this second exhibition period.
What I'm suggesting is, I know the CEFRM committee was briefed, but that's a bit different to actually looking at a draft document, actually flicking through it and going through different aspects of it, completely different. The briefing that we received in the meeting, I don't think we can even access the presentation to it.
Councillor Lamont, you're debating now, you've already spoken, you were asking a question.
I've still got questions.
Yeah, well, ask the question, please.
Well, I just have, what I'm asking is,
you were debating there.
Can we, through you, Mr. Mayor, can we change the order and do the CEFRM meeting first, and we have the EMP meeting a week after? Why can't it work that way? I mean, as I said, you've got 3 external experts that could probably provide a lot of feedback on the draft. Would you guys accept that change? Councillors, sorry. I'm sorry about that. Late at night.
Councillor Stanton, would you accept that?
That we change the order? It doesn't actually change the 28-day or it coming back to council for adoption at all. There's no change in that at all. That'll still happen. No, because it's me, I guess.
Is that a no?
Just to clarify that the subcommittee does not meet for a substantial period of time, the minutes of that meeting would then have to go to the Environment and Planning meeting the following month. Then the minutes of the EMP meeting then have to come to council. So are you suggesting that we have some, I don't know, 3-month plus delay on that?
No.
I just wonder why we have that subcommittee then,
right.
Really. Well, yeah, I'm disappointed that it hadn't been approached that way in the first place, but as I said, you can have a look at my
The
account.
debate's over, we're going to put the motion.
Okay, I have a couple of other questions, please. There was an update or request from DQ
No,
about...
I'm putting the motion now, sorry. We've went 30 minutes over time. All those in favour of the Councillor Stanton and Councillor Eaton's motion?
Is it the amendment?
The amendment. All right, right reply, Councillor Stanton.
Yeah, debate's closed.
No, the debate's closed. You put the motion, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, she's got a right to reply. Councillor Lamont, could you, sorry, Councillor.
Code meeting practice was that?
And I haven't had a response to my point of order under...
Councillor Lamont, can you put your buzzer up, please?
Thanks. Just briefly, I think this does give all councillors an opportunity to discuss this further at the upcoming Environment and Planning meeting, only 1 week away, and I think these additions, which were advised by the staff and only received very in the last hours before this meeting and drafted, this is an opportunity to clearly reflect Tuggerah Lake's entrance management and the dredging within this strategic framework. And I think it's important that we do note that we need a long-term strategy for the management of Tuggerah Lake and the surrounding areas. And I feel that these should be incorporated into the current draft before this goes on exhibition. And this is seeking to go on exhibition immediately and receive feedback simultaneously to councillors making further inquiries. Thanks.
Thank you. All those in favour of Councillor Stanton's amendment? Councillor Motion. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. The motion's carried. Thank you. Item 5.2, update on the Hunter Central Coast Development Corporation Gosford Waterfront project.
Mr Mayor, could I just clarify, do we have to read item 5.11 from the supplementary agenda, or is that fine? Wow, that's a real cracker.
5.11 was included in that motion.
Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I'll let somebody move the motion. I just had a question, sorry.
Who's?
Sorry?
Final thing?
Councillor Wright, are you 5.2? So somebody going to put the motion?
I'll move the motion.
Councillor Neal. Seconder.
Okay.
Can I have a seconder? No, you never.
I think Councillor Neal did.
You were asked and you never done it.
Snooze, you lose.
Seconder. Yeah, Councillor McQuaid.
I'd like to speak to the motion before amendments are taken. The waterfront in Gosford is an essential part of how the city develops. It's been a matter of some debate and discussion and concern of the community for a very long time. It could almost be said that without the development of the waterfront, Gosford City itself cannot develop, or not to the extent that it should be. So it's good to see that some action is being taken by the Development Corporation. And there are some details set out in the report that we have received. And also there have been some additional details provided in a document forwarded to us by the CEO later today. I do urge this matter to be dealt with further. I think it's essential that the council, which has an essential part to play in developing the Central Coast generally and Gosford in particular, plays a central role, despite the role of the Development Corporation, to lead the development of the waterfront. I think as councillors and as an organisation, we are probably best equipped to provide the views of the community, and that we can work effectively with the members of Parliament that represent this area, including David Harris, who I know has worked very hard in developing this present proposal. But I urge that we are more concerted in our efforts, and that that we raise a stronger dialogue between the members of the Development Corporation and the Council to ensure that this progresses at a faster rate than may have taken place in the past. But I think we can't just step aside and say that it's a matter for the Development Corporation, because in the end, much of what we do in Gosford City and the DAs that we approve, the entertainment precinct, all those efforts cannot proceed without the waterfront moving with it hand in hand. So I don't think we can just wait for others to take initiatives, and that we should, I would suggest that the officers of the council take initiative to arrange meetings, if not with all councillors, but I think preferably with all councillors, to see where there is common ground so we can further progress the development of the waterfront.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Smith.
Just some questions, Mr. Mayor. So I noticed we did receive an email from the CEO at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Is there a reason why we were getting that information so late? It's always problematic.
This situation is in a difficult position because it hasn't been released publicly by the government. And so, essentially, the matter has been embargoed by HCDC, and one of the issues that we've got, and Councillor Nell raised the issue, is we would love to have had an interaction between HCDC and the elected group, but until the matter is formally dealt with and released by the state government, essentially much of this information is embargoed. That's essentially the reason.
Well, it's a reason why it's confidential. It's not a reason why we didn't get the information till 2 o'clock this afternoon. Is there a reason for that?
The reasons were that we were instructed not to provide that information. So,
to the councillors?
Because the matter is still before and not released by the New South Wales government.
But we're being requested to make a decision on something where you have been advised not to release information to the councillors who need to make that decision. Is that correct?
That is correct. HCDC have been very clear that this information is embargoed to allow it to be considered and finalised by the ministerial officers of the New South Wales government.
Mr. Mayor, next question. So was the first document confidential, or is that one okay for us to talk about in debate?
I think the items, the general items, the number of specific items, the first drawing that shows the specific items that they're anticipating we apply is okay.
Okay, so I want to reference...
Which is essentially the pathways, the kiosk, and the things that are referenced in that.
So the location of the kiosk is public information?
Pardon?
The location of the kiosk is public information?
Yes, and it's on the existing site, it's noted on.
Which is my question, one of my questions, but you've raised a whole lot of other issues for me that I'm deeply concerned about as well. So my question about the location of the kiosk, I'm curious, in my, I guess, initial view is that that might not be the first place you would look to enhance that facility, that it might be better located near where the people are, more over towards Gosford. Do we have any ability to provide input or to have a say or to have a view about that? And obviously the councillors may not share that view, but do we have any ability to provide a view about that?
The significant advantages of reusing the existing site is there's services in place, there's development approval in place, and the state government through the HCDC is intending to fund the construction. So whilst another site might be, there is some arguments, chances are we'd have to pay for it, we'd have to relocate it, and we'd have to get approvals for it. So that was clearly the reason why they've looked at that particular site. It's consistent with the POM, and those notes are identified. The cafe is proposed on a previous lease site adjacent to the Gosford foreshore boat rack car park. It's consistent with the draft plan of management. I'm just reading from the report, and the Crown Land's direction as the categorisation of land. It's permissible as development without consent, and council would subsequently managing the leasing of the cafe. So the intention is that that cafe is constructed by HCDCC at the state government's expense.
And is that because it's state government land there? Is it Crown land?
It's Crown land, yeah.
Okay. Through this, Mayor, to you, Mr. Farmer, I mean, my only suggestion is that I was hoping that we could have a conversation about maybe the cafe would be more productively located over near the park area, but that seems to be that we don't have a choice or we're not permitted to have input. Can I just clarify, are you still a member on the HDCC as a representative council?
They have not had a meeting. There's been no steering committee process. I've not met.
Okay.
I've had meetings with the CEO of HCDCC, but there hasn't been any formal meetings that have involved me.
Okay.
In a steering committee manner. Yeah.
Can I ask the mover and seconder to consider just adding some parts? And I'm not in any way thwarting or seeking to thwart what is being proposed. I agree with Councillor Neal that there's great merit in it, but it is deeply concerning, this process, the secrecy that, as you agreed, councillors are being asked to make a decision when they're not being provided with the information because it's confidential, but can we please make a decision? So I would like to express extreme concern about the lack of transparency and communication with council in order to build a partnership around this. That would be my third point, and sorry, I'm making it up on the fly. And my last point is that I would be requesting a site visit with representatives of HDCC or whatever the acronym is, with interested councillors within the next month, just to get an understanding of what their thinking is. Do we know, is this stage one of something else that we're not allowed to know about and will be given after we make the decision about it?
As I understand it, there's an $8 million envelope, and that's all that they've done. There is there's a broader master plan document which may or may not be released by the government.
Could we invite HCDC to provide a presentation to council? Well, we can still invite them, and then we can issue.
Pass you on to Director Smith, who's had most of the conversations on this.
Thank you, CEO. Through you, we have requested on a number of occasions HCCD come and speak with council, and they have refused.
Could I add to my amendment then?
Well,
I'm in the process of this.
well, you turned your microphone off.
Regarding this matter and their inability to provide a presentation to council. Is that okay?
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wright.
Can I just look at the second vote, Mr. Mayor, because it's an amendment. Unless the movers are willing to accept that, I'm going to put the movers are willing to accept it. What's up on the screen now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Oh, it's up to the council.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Neal?
I'm happy with it.
Councillor Neal, are you happy with those additions?
Okay, I'll turn my microphone off, but I will note that I was next. Thank you.
Could we? So Councillor Smith made that as an amendment. Any discussion on that? Councillor Neil, you got your buzzer on.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So to clarify, Councillor Smith, you're going to move that as an amendment? Yep. Okay. Councillor McQuaid, did you have any thoughts on the amendment briefly before I speak to it? Okay. So I will move a further amendment to... So what I was going to do, if the civic sports staff can put the wording on screen, I won't move it as an amendment. You can see it as window shopping and decide whether you'd like to put it in your motion or not. Is the request of putting it on public consultation. So under the current scope, the public will never actually get the opportunity to provide feedback on the plans. There was a survey that attracted almost 3,500 responses where people were asked to share their ideas, which helped formulate these plans. But under the current structure, there is to be no community consultation, and 2 MPs will be managing all communication. And I think it'd be a good idea to put that on public consultation so that people can have their say. Okay, if the staff could please put the wording I previously circulated.
Can we be really clear about, and I've had this discussion with Councillor Wright, who's putting it on public exhibition? Because it's not ours to put on public exhibition until it's a public document. Does that make sense? So really, if it's going to be on public exhibition, it needs to be done by the New South Wales Government in some way, shape or form.
And that's what I've suggested. I've said recommends that the New South Wales Government and/or the Hunter Central Coast Development Corporation put the plans on public consultation when available, noting that those plans are not yet available for public consumption, and that will allow the community to provide feedback on the proposed items. And I suppose to speak more broadly to this amendment in all 5 points, I understand that Minister Harris has come into this process with good intentions, and I respect him for that. So while I'm not exactly happy with the deviation between what was proposed and where we are now, I think it would be appropriate for me first to have those conversations with the Minister's team before making public comment on that. I'll allow others to do that. But I think it's important that we have the public consultation, get an understanding of what's next, because there's some dates in there in the report for council, which is on the business paper, that works are going to be done by 30 June 2026. So I want to get an understanding of what that is. And rather than incorporate another amendment encouraging the minister to have a meeting with council, I've already got one of those out, so I can do that in my own time. And one point I would raise is that in my submission as an individual to this proposal, I did put in that council, Hunter Central Coast Development Corporation and the New South Wales Government should work together to continue using the site of the former Eat Street Cafe, because as the CEO pointed out, the utilities are there, the location's there, the site is there, and if there's one thing I'm passionate about here, it's increasing income, revenue generating opportunities for Central Coast Council, and that is a way that we can provide public amenity in the form of a cafe while also creating a direct revenue stream for council. So I am glad that came into the final plan. I won't take credit for that. I will just say, perhaps Councillor Neal, you should read the report where it notes the income stream for council. But very happy that that was included.
Yeah, Councillor Neal. Oh, Councillor McQuaid was the seconder. Yeah.
Sorry, is that right?
Yeah. Is Councillor McGregor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to speak against the amendment and in favour of the original resolution. I think that, it's obvious that there's some dismay out there. There was great hope in the money to Leeds that privatisation of the public waterfront, the transfer of over $350 million worth of public land was going to happen, but it didn't. And it turns out that we actually got a better, more achievable plan. In the nearly 4 decades of my life spent around these parts, there's been many plans for Gosford Waterfront, and it's good that for a change there is a simple, achievable, clearly budgeted, identifiable, planned out program which is going to go through, which is actually going to happen. I don't want to see something about fast ferries for the 95th time. The finger wharfs, never happening. There is lots of good geological, construction-based and economic reasons for that. That's why these ideas that keep coming back and back around again, the back to the future kind of stuff that we had with the key sites, there's a reason why none of these things have happened. We don't need $50 million bridges over the highway. You know, putting some trees out there, some picnic tables, having a nice pathway that families and people from all walks of life can walk along and enjoy, that's what the ordinary people of the Central Coast actually want. That's how you're going to get the best use out of this facility, and you're going to best serve the people that live there. One of the things that really concerns me about the future of Gosford is the lack of public amenity and the lack of leisure space. There is a big focus, and there has been over the last 10 years, on residential construction. There was a time where Gosford had more tower cranes in it than the CBD of Los Angeles. Okay, Gosford has enough housing going in to bring plenty of people in, but do we have the parks, do we have the recreation, do we have the leisure facilities to account for this? Do we have the plans? That waterfront is beautiful, it is pristine. If you go there first thing in the morning or as the sun is going down, you can see the true value and the true worth of it. It doesn't need privatised 45-storey towers right up on the waterfront, sinking piers 20, 30 metres down and putting exorbitant costs in. I mean, it's good for the piling rig company owner, that's very good for him or her. But in terms of what's going to make a tangible benefit in the immediate future for our region and for the people who are coming here, already live here, this is the plan to go with. Now, I don't have any connection to the Hunter Central Coast Development Corporation. I'm fairly confident that I wouldn't endorse with it, you know, every single thing that they've come up with, but this is a good start. And instead of just talking about more stuff that's
Councillor
never going to
McGregor,
happen.
can I just jump in for a second to extend the meeting? Can I put a procedural
Yeah, I'll move
motion?
that way. What do you want, 10 minutes?
All those in favour? No, it's another 30 minutes. Unanimous. Oh, Councillor McNamara is against. Thank you. Carried. Carry on, sorry.
Thank you. So yeah, as I said, I don't know anyone who's involved in that. I don't know the full length and breadth of their plans, but in terms of what I've been able to see tonight on my iPad and what has been communicated to me, I can confidently stand up in front of everyone here today and on the live stream and say that when people have approached me to talk about what they want for Gosford Waterfront, this is more in line with what your average Central Coast resident wants. This is going to protect the natural beauty and amenity that we have. It's going to enhance it, and it's going to work with what we've got. In this chamber, the cultural cringe has to end. The Central Coast is a fantastic place. The people that live here, the workers, the small business owners that keep this place going, they deserve to have what is so beautiful and so important about here. We need to make the most of our resources rather than go, oh no, we're just little Central Coasters, better in Sydney. Why can't we be more like Pyrmont? I really, really want to be more like Glebe. We're not. It's Gosford. It's not Glebe, okay? This is a plan which is going to work, it's deliverable, and it's going to have tangible benefits. I've had many conversations with people in this chamber over the years and outside of it about the annoyance, the continual grievances with master plans and concept plans and all these things going through that are never going to happen. Another $50,000 there, another $100,000 there on a report that gets put in a shelf, stuck on the website somewhere and never happens. This is something that is actually going to benefit people. I understand the concern over the process. It is not ideal. It would be ideal if we could have a more cohesive relationship with these people and we could work in genuine partnership so that we could promote the good work that either organisation is doing, and I hope in the future that that happens. I do have concern that the amendment which is in front of us is one that leads to distrust and disharmony between these two organisations. And for our key strategic capital for our region, it's important that we do have good relations with these people. So political point scoring and having a dig at them is not the right way to go about it. Let's make sure that we get this through and we deliver something that's actually going to make it tangible. good, positive benefit for lots of people's lives. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor McQuaid.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to ask a few questions if I can, and then talk on this if I can. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant directors or CEO, the report refers to significant challenges identified through feasibility and market sounding. Can you, or what specifically were those challenges?
I'll do it. I think all councillors got a copy of the FISO that would have got that 6 months or so ago. Essentially, it said that in the short term, it wasn't viable to do it as a commercial development. It may well be at a later point in time. So that was the feasibility of a commercial a more significant, substantial commercial development. It was essentially, the cost of development was going to be greater than the cost of the realised value at this point in time. But in certain forms, it gets quite close. But at this stage, they're suggesting it's not feasible.
Thank you, CEO. The report also states that the stadium pathway is considered interim. To your knowledge, does this include the Gosford to Point Clare pathway that was announced by the member for Gosford on the 19th of 7th last year?
Sorry, do you just say it again?
The report also states the stadium pathway is considered interim. To your knowledge, does this include the Gosford to Point Clare pathway that was announced last year?
I think the Gosford to Point Clare pathway is an issue that the state government may well consider and discuss at a later point.
Stage 2, maybe.
We're really only talking about those smaller pieces of work right now that's within their $8.5 million envelope of funding.
So the report also states, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, a long-term financial plan does not currently allow for the ongoing financial impacts. Can you confirm that?
Sorry, Mel.
Through the Mayor, they haven't been budgeted as yet.
Though the costs, the ongoing costs of those pieces of work are comparatively small, and there would be a net income coming out of the cafe, so the impacts would be comparatively small of this particular parcel of work.
So when you say comparatively small, does that include ongoing maintenance costs that's passed over to council?
The cafe itself would be a net income generator. Because, and being constructed by somebody else, I think we quote $30,000 to $50,000. The other pieces of work are essentially two pathways, which would have comparatively small ongoing operating costs. We would think we'd probably be in the black on this particular piece of work.
So if these works are interim and they're unfunded, to my knowledge, beyond this stage, with limited scope, and carry lifestyle costs for council, what's the funded and sequenced pathway from this package to the original contemplated iconic waterfront vision back in 22? So if this is stage 1, where is stage 2? How's it funded? What's the timeline? And what's the roadmap? You can take that on notice if you want.
Or do you want it?
Sorry, can I just clarify?
Sure.
So the timeline for delivery of these three pieces of work?
Yeah, so if this is stage 1, as I can gather, where's stage 2? Has it been funded, or how has it been funded? What is the timeline, if we know that, and what does the full roadmap look like?
At this point, we don't know. So the only piece that we are certain about are the three that are contained within this report. Sorry, can I just further add to that?
So HCDC got $8 million, that's all they've got. So anything else that goes into that would have to be either the New South Wales government, potentially the Australian government, and or ourselves contributing to further stages.
Appreciate the answers. If I can just speak for this amendment. Thank Councillor Smith's amendments and Councillor Wright's as well. If my 5 minutes can start it over again. Mr Mayor, I welcome these amendments and I want to be clear, has always been my position that all levels of government should work together, as Councillor Neal said. My position has never been about opposing improvements for the sake of opposing them, and any work being considered within the Gosford CBD or along the waterfront is positive. It improves connectivity, it extends the shared paths and enhances public amenity, and these are good things. They make the waterfront more accessible and more usable for residents and visitors. But what we also need to do, Mr Mayor, is be honest about what this is and what it is not. In 2022, the language around the Gosford waterfront was bold. It spoke of an iconic transformation. It created expectations of something generational, something that would redefine our CBD and reshape how people experience this city. What is before us tonight is not that transformation. It is an incremental package of works, shared paths, a barbecue area, a cafe site. Those are all welcome improvements, don't get me wrong, but they are an interim public domain upgrade, not a comprehensive waterfront activation precinct which we deserve. This is not criticism, this is simply reality. The report itself refers to part of the pathway as an interim and likely to be replaced when broader works proceed. That raises a legitimate strategic question. Is this stage one of a sequence and funded long-term plan? Or is this a practical ceiling of investment for the foreseeable future? The community deserves clarity on this. We know, Mr Mayor, that 3,464,000 people responded to earlier consultation on informed consent concepts. That level of engagement shows how much our community cares about that site. This is precisely why further public consultation, when detailed plans are available, is not unreasonable, it is responsible. Transparency strengthens projects, it doesn't weaken them. I'm not opposing incremental progress. Staging is normal in urban renewal, but incremental progress must sit within a clear trajectory and long-term vision. That long-term vision is something that I personally haven't seen, which is sufficient. We also need to acknowledge the lifestyle implications. While capital works are state-funded, depreciation and maintenance fall to council over time, and our long-term financial plan will need to reflect that. This is not a reason to reject improvements, but it is a reason to ensure discipline and clarity moving forward. This waterfront, Mr Mayor, is more than a path. It is an economic infrastructure. It connects directly to CBD revitalisation, tourism growth, private investment confidence and activation of the nighttime economy. All locals know this, all locals expect this. Shared paths improve movement, activation drives prosperity. So I will support the amendment motion, but I do so with a clear expectation that this is not the end of the conversation. The real question is not that we build a path, but to me the real question is where the path ultimately leads. The Central Coast deserves incremental, measured and balanced progress, Mr Mayor. But it also deserves enduring ambition, which in my opinion, this is not. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I will close. I have been listening to the debate and I've been consulting with Councillor Lamont as the seconder. I actually would like to remove part 5 from my motion. The reason being is that in listening and just reviewing the documents, these are first stage modest works, as much as I am keeping 3 and 4 there because I'm still unhappy with the process. And they are due to be completed, if I read that correctly, by June. No, commenced?
There's a sub item on your papers that indicate that the time runs out a little bit later into next year, doesn't it?
So the supplementary report indicates the completion date of 31st of December 2026.
Okay, so it would be this year, and presumably there is an imperative about the funding that is allocated for that. So I would like to, and in consulting with my seconder, put forward 1, 2, 3 and 4. I understand the concerns of other councillors that they would like to see more done there. but I'd see this as a very first initial improvement in amenity, and I feel confident that the people that utilise that area would like to see improvements as outlined in the document that we received quite late. So I will put that motion forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright.
Okay,
The original one.
so I will.
Councillor Wright, you've spoken already.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am actually happy to have that motion moved, given it will likely have unanimous.
Oh, you'll accept the amendment.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, that's. So it's Councillor Neil, Councillor.
Who was the seconder of Councillor Neil's motion? Councillor McQuaid.
Yeah. Yep. So now going back to the Councillor Neil will accept the changes. So now we're voting on what's on the board. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. I'll put procedural motion in that we go to item 5.9, which has to be done tonight. Can I have a seconder? Councillor McNamara. All those in favour of 5.9, Councillor Conference Appointment Voting Delegates? So Councillor McKenna, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Milne. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley. I think it's everybody unanimous. Thank you. So we need to, Councillor Eaton.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I had provided a motion to the staff on this, which is it is the staff recommendation. It just nominates Councillor Wright to be the delegate to the Canberra Conference and Councillor Walsh to be the delegate to the Women's Conference.
Can I have a seconder? First, sorry, Councillor Wright.
When, last time when the Mayor attended as the delegate and you attended as the deputy and stood in for him, I was advised that the Mayor was always the delegate.
Yeah, he is, but he's going to be at the World Cup, so he'll not be here.
He's going to be what, sorry?
I'll be at the World Cup. Soccer. Yeah, I've got a better offer. I've got an all-expense paid trip to the World Cup.
So shouldn't that then be the deputy mayor?
Deputy mayor can't go.
What do we? Oh, okay.
So, sorry, Councillor Eaton and seconder? Did we have a seconder?
Seconder.
Councillor Wright?
Councillor Wright, got it.
Pump it through.
Yep. All those in favour? And Councillor Walsh. So we'll wait for the names to go up. Councillor Wright and Councillor Walsh, yeah. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Walsh and Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Crowley and Councillor Castles. All those against? Councillor McGregor, that's it. Carried. So due to the time, we will call a halt to the meeting and we'll close at...
No, you need a procedural motion.
Procedural motion, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, procedural motion.
Procedural motion to
defer all the other matters or to move all the other matters to the next ordinary meeting.
Yeah, I'll move that one. Defer the rest of the business to the next ordinary meeting.
Okay, a seconder. Councillor Milland. All those in favour?
Sorry, I think there's a bit of confusion about what's been put. So it's to defer the rest of the business of tonight to the next ordinary meeting next month.
Because we have to finish by 11 o'clock, so I'm not going to get there. So Councillor Eaton, second by Councillor Milland. All those in favour? All those in favour that we defer to the next council meeting? Carried, unanimous, thanks.
And now you're
I'm going to
closed.
close the meeting at 10:46.